splash mat, and it just looked really silly to me. And again, it's just, it's an example of AEW doing something really good, really, they were on the right track, and then just going a bit too far, or trying something a bit too ambitious, and it not quite paying off. So I'm hoping that this year we get a great match, which I think we could. And I'm hoping that we don't get that kind of... There's just no need for that big finish. I feel like if they just ended it, have a really great match, and just have a finish inside the cage, that's fine. We don't really need to be leaving the cage and going up top and all of that. For me, I'm just hoping it's going to be hard-hitting, quite brutal. I'm sure, look, you're going to lock Eddie Kingston inside a cage. How is it not going to be brutal? So, I'm looking forward to it, man. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, a shame there's no Bryan Danielson inside the cage, but I'm sure that Brie Bella is relieved, because this is, judging on last year, a match that's quite brutal. It's called Blood and Guts for a reason. They get busted open. We saw people getting trapped kind of between the ring and the cage as they were getting thrown against the cage, and they were going down and getting caught, and then they were struggling to get back up, and the cage was cutting them open, and there was quite a bit of blood last year. The match definitely lived up to its name. So yeah, I'm genuinely looking forward to the main event tonight. I think the other thing as well is that that main event is getting time. So there are a few other matches that have been announced. We do have Orange Cassidy taking on Ethan Page. We do have Jade Cargill with an open challenge. And I think that open challenge has been answered, I saw earlier, but it's someone that I don't know. I don't know the person that's answered it. So I don't know if it's someone that's doing some good work on Dark or Elevation, but that doesn't feel like it's a big match. Orange Cassidy against Ethan Page doesn't really feel like it's a big match. Kind of feels like we're just kind of, killing a bit of time, getting through that first hour, and then Blood and Guts will be the main event. And as I said, genuinely looking forward to that. So not loads of news, not loads in the way of a preview. It's all about Blood and Guts. And we can obviously go wherever the conversation goes. Member for 24 months. I have no idea who that is. They've retracted the message. They have also disappeared. So someone has been a member for 2 years. And a big shout out to whoever that is. But I hope everyone is well. Daniel said, I feel this time around the energy will be different. The match with the crowd is going to bring so much more to this. The energy from the crowd and the presentation. I got to be honest. Really good point, Daniel. Hope you're well, bud. A really good point. But the energy wasn't a problem for me last time. In fact, nothing was a problem for me last time. It's Blood and Guts was one of my favorite AEW matches that they did. I think everyone, if you've watched this channel, even for, just one stream, I'm sure you will have picked up on the kind of things that resonate with me and the kind of things that, I look for and what I enjoy from wrestling. And what I enjoy are those kind of hard-hitting contests. I don't need death matches. I don't look for death matches. But I do like Gunther. I do like Asuka. I do like Bryan Danielson. I do like Thunder Rosa when she's laying it in. I like those contests between two people that, they're not going to pull their punches. Who's going to win, basically? Who's the better person? And we got that in that first Blood and Guts. We got these two teams that went at each other. And I thought it had a great energy. I thought it was super realistic. The stuff that we were getting in that match looked great. I just really enjoyed it. if you wanted a modern War Games, because the problem with War Games in NXT, by comparison, I actually think that's one of the worst matches we get every year, because what that tends to be is it tends to be a lot of just big spots where you've got people jumping off the top of the cage, and you've got, everyone standing there waiting as someone jumps on top of them. Like, that to me doesn't feel realistic. That to me just feels like, right, we're going to do this spot now. Now we're going to do this spot. Now let's do this spot. And it's a spot fest. I didn't feel that with the Blood and Guts last year. It felt like there was people busted open that were bleeding. The weapons and the strikes all felt like really realistic. And it really felt like you could completely lose yourself in that match last year, where these two teams genuinely seemed to hate each other. They wanted to kill each other. They wanted to, beat each other. Like, just getting the victory wasn't enough. They wanted to, make them humble. And I could totally lose myself in that. And I thought that the presentation, the energy, the pacing, the realism, all of those boxes were ticked. All those boxes were ticked. It was, for me, the only problem was the end. The end of it with Jericho going, getting pushed off the stage, off the top, going through that kind of crash mat, was the only problem to that match. So what I'm looking for is more of the same of last year. Just give me a better ending. And if they do that, this will be one of my favourite matches of the year. This will be one of my favourite matches. I'm not someone that likes spot after spot after spot. I really do. The more I see it, the more that it just completely turns me off, where, they're so obviously setting things up. We've said before where you've got people lying on the ground and you can see them changing their body position so they're in a better position for their opponent to land on them. Do you know what I mean? They might be over here and you can just sort of see them just kind of shuffle round so that they're in a better position for the other person to land on top of them because it's time for that spot now. That kind of stuff does my head in. If you're out of position, you're out of position. If you're a good enough wrestler, you should be able to make that situation work. So I think that, there's a lot of stuff that's planned in advance now, and I think it really hurts wrestling, because if you plan a whole match in advance, if you are just slightly out of position, well, you've got one of two choices. You either have to improvise and go with something different, which I wish wrestlers did a lot more of, or you have to then kind of reposition yourself, or you have to do something that doesn't look very natural and doesn't look very realistic to get yourself kind of back on track. And there is quite a bit of that in modern wrestling. So, but I didn't feel any of that for Blood and Guts last year. It literally felt like two teams just killing each other. So if the message isn't coming across, I'm super excited. And let's see. Hopefully it delivers. This really is a match that I am going into with a lot of optimism. So, and I will go on record as saying that Blood and Guts, I've only got the one match to kind of base it on, but I will watch Blood and Guts every day of the week over NXT War Games. NXT War Games, I think it is my least favourite match of the year, because it is so obviously fake, so obviously a spot fest. And every time I watch it, I just never enjoy it. I just really don't enjoy it. So, that's one that I think they're just not quite getting right. There's what I will say is they have done a fair few of those, and there's been some good moments in them. I don't want to make out like NXT War Games is trash from start to finish, but there's definitely moments in NXT War Games that I would say is really good. I remember Dakota turning on Tegan Knox. That turn was done really, really well. So I remember that, but the vast majority of it is just not my cup of tea. Lance, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support, buds. Appreciate so many people joining us. It's exciting to see so much excitement in the chat. Brenton said, War Games Blood and Guts shouldn't have weapons. Look at War Games in '89. That's how it should be. It's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, weapons. I mean, they're gonna be in it. I feel like. I feel like things. I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking like, I wonder what people are hoping for. When it comes to like Blood and Guts, because I think we all go into it with like different expectations, and there's people that are going to watch those War Games, NXT War Games, and they're going to absolutely love it. They're going to watch those War Games matches, and they're going to think that they're the bee's knees. They've got amazing spots. They're thrill rides. Oh my god, did you see what they just did? Type things, and they're going to absolutely love those. And if you love it, that's brilliant. I mean, listen. If you watch wrestling and you get you love it, well, that's amazing. That's awesome. That's what it's all about. So no shade from me. This conversation is more about what appeals to me personally, and what War Games NXT version is more miss than hit for me. But the one Blood and Guts that I saw, I really really enjoyed, and I must admit the weapons aren't so much a problem. I don't mind weapons. I think for me it's more to do with the realism. I really want to watch it and just believe it, and just literally, because I've said before with NXT War Games, so the way that works is that the first two people start off, right, and then next will be another person, and then next will be another person. And they'll keep adding someone from the teams, right? So the actual match doesn't begin for like a good, 20 minutes, right? So everything that happens in the build-up is completely pointless when it comes to NXT War Games. It's completely pointless, because I promise you there will be a moment when everyone is in the ring and the match has properly started, where you've got Team A lined up here, and you'll have Team B lined up here, and they'll both be facing each other, both teams, and they'll be, ready to go, if you will, right? So the 20 minutes that kind of comes before that, where we're just drip feeding in a different member, is just irrelevant. It's just pointless. It doesn't mean anything. So there's like loads of wasted time at the start of War Games. And look, we could see that be the case here tonight as well. I've only seen one Blood and Guts, I think I'm right in saying, and that was Pinnacle against I want to say Inner Circle. So yeah, we've seen that one. I can't remember of another. I thought it was done really well. I could lose myself in it. Really enjoyed it. And for me, it was more to do with like that, being able to like buy into it, and for it to feel realistic and to feel like a fight. And it, I really, really enjoyed it. So that's what I'm looking for tonight. But we'll see. Who knows? It could be better than last year. It could be worse than last year. I'm just looking for something that's going to feel really realistic. And I think the living embodiment of what I enjoy about wrestling, and I don't give him enough praise, and I really should give him more praise, and I have to hold my hands up to that. To be honest, whenever he's on screen, there's always just other things to comment on and talk about. But whilst we've got the opportunity, Eddie Kingston, I think, is just one of the best wrestlers out there at the moment. I really don't raise him up enough. But I think Eddie Kingston, from his promos to his in-ring, like the way he carries himself, everything he does, he is turned up to 11. He is super realistic, super believable. Everything he does, you can buy into. And I absolutely love him for it. If I was to compile like my top 5 favorite AEW superstars, Eddie Kingston would absolutely be in that mix. And I just can't wait to see what they come up with. What they don't need to do is try and reinvent the wheel. I don't think there's a need for them to, be trying to do, crazy different things that we've not seen before. Because sometimes where you try to push that envelope out there and you try to, a bit too hard, it can really backfire. For me, this just needs to be solid. It just needs to be just two teams that want to rip each other apart. That's good enough for me. That's all I need. But as I said, that might be good enough for me. Maybe it's not good enough for others. And you've always got to think about as well, and I do think this has ruined wrestling, social media and those kind of memeable moments. So, those moments where someone gets pushed off the top of a cage and it's a great 10-second clip that can be shared and shown to your friends and all that kind of stuff. You would be foolish to think that modern wrestling doesn't use that, doesn't want that, doesn't look for that, doesn't specifically include moments just for that reason. It's, when Darby, remember when Darby came off the top of the ladder, came down, crashing on the chairs? I mean, that little 5-second clip, 10-second clip, went all over social media. I'm sure it was shown on lunch breaks the next day and all that kind of stuff. It's those moments, those shareable moments, those little moments, those 10-second moments that can go all over social media are, unfortunately, in this day and age, probably quite important and a really great way of getting word out about your product. Did you see this? And you show your friends and they're like, damn, what was that? What's that? Oh, this is AEW, right? It's on a Wednesday. And that guy, Darby, he does that all the time, but that was a pretty big fall that he took last night. But yeah, you should check it out. It's on a Wednesday. It's called Dynamite. I can totally see those conversations happening, and I think that's probably something that's for me actually detrimental to wrestling. Gone of the days where a match you would have to watch the whole 15, 20, dare I say even an hour worth of action, because you can't just take little bits out and, it's not little easily digestible moments. It's a whole story where someone's working on an arm or working on a leg or whatever it might be, and, selling and just, I don't know, all that stuff which you just can't easily just take out and put onto social media, So, don't know, it's kind of opened it up to a bit of a bigger conversation that I was looking to have, but it's an interesting conversation because that's my point. I don't think we need those moments. We don't need those moments. We don't need those social media moments, right? That's for people that aren't watching, and I don't care about them. I care about me. I'm watching, and I want something super realistic. I want something that works as an overall piece, and at the end of it, you're just really satisfied that you saw something that was really, you got lost in it. You got lost in it. That's what I'm looking for. And I know a lot of people might be thinking that I'm swooning over it a bit too much or whatever. God, chill out. There was only been one, and it was all right. But I really enjoyed it. I always try to be fair with my criticism, and I give AEW some praise, and I give them a bit of a kick in because I think they do some good stuff, and I think they do some bad stuff, right? I am not someone that's blinded by AEW and think they're the bee's knees. I think that they do some really good stuff, and I think they do some rubbish as well, right? Pretty much like every other wrestling company in the world. But one of the things I thought they did really well was Blood and Guts, apart from the end, which sucked. But if we can get that again this time with a different ending, loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Life of Daz, shout out to you. Said, hope all is good for Blood and Guts. Yes. Wrestle Andy said, do you think we'll hear anything about MJF tonight? It's a good question. I'm going to lean towards no. just because I think that the first hour is going to be easy to fill. We've got a couple of matches, and there'll be loads of promotion for the Blood and Guts match. I would imagine they're going to want that second hour for Blood and Guts, because I think the match itself can easily do half an hour, 25, half an hour. Then you've got entrances and you've got commercial breaks. So, you know, you might fill the first 10 minutes of that second hour with something. But I don't know. I don't know that we necessarily need anything regarding MJF this week. I feel like this week they've got a big chunk of the show that's going to be given over to Blood and Guts. So, no, I don't think we need it. So I'm going to lean towards no. But who knows? I mean, we've got to do something with it, haven't we? Like, we can't just ignore that he's not been around for a good few weeks. And I think he's not been around mainly because there was no... I think he's not been around because I think he's been due a bit of a break. Like, he's been going pretty hard since AEW began. I can't remember that he's had any injuries. And he's been a big part of the show. So my feeling is he was probably due a bit of a break. They've said, well, you can go on a break after you do the Wardlow story. Did the Wardlow story. Now he's had a bit of time to recover, recoup, all that kind of stuff. And I will expect him to make a return at some point. Maybe it's during Blood and Guts. Maybe they're going to smash all of the stories together, but... I'm going to lean towards no. I think this week's about Blood and Guts. I can't see why MJF would be involved in it, so I'll lean towards no. But we've got to get some resolution on it, so it can't be too far away. Daniel said, did you see the clip of Omega on a stream this week saying if he gets one more major setback, he'll be done and he'll retire? He said his rehab is painful and is nervous of how he'll feel when he returns. No, I can't say I have seen that. That's a shame. I think that he has... I thought him with Don was excellent, and I definitely think that he's been missed whilst he's been away. I wouldn't want to see him being forced into retirement. I think we've all still got some like dream matches. I mean, we've not seen him and CM Punk. Not seen... Did we see him and Bryan Danielson? I feel like we... Did we? I can't remember. I feel like we did. But him and CM Punk obviously would be up there. I really want to see him against Okada again. I really am quite desperate to see that before he retires. But so I'm hoping that it's everything's going to be good. But yeah, I mean, look, I think it's normal for him to be a bit nervous and whatever. Certainly after such a long layoff, I would imagine that Bayley is going to be quite nervous about coming back from such a long layoff as well. I should imagine that's quite normal. But yeah, hopefully he heals up, everything's good, and just sounds like maybe there's some problems, but also just from what I'm reading into what you've just written there, sounds like maybe he's struggling a little bit with confidence, because being out of the ring for so long, it can be difficult to get yourself back up to that level. So hopefully once he's back, had a few training matches, and he's got back into that groove, he'll feel a lot happier. Life of Daz says, are you watching a Ring of Honor pay-per-view soon? I've got no plans to watch any Ring of Honor pay-per-views. I don't know what's happening with Ring of Honor, to be honest, but still no announcements from what I've seen about a broadcasting deal or anything. They did have that pay-per-view not long ago. I've not heard of another that's coming up, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was. But no, I don't have any plans to watch any Ring of Honor shows. What I am interested in is if they get a TV deal and what their roster's going to look like. And, I'm interested in seeing where it goes and what it looks like once it's settled down. Then I can make a bit of an educated decision on what coverage we would look to do for it. Right now, I don't have any plans to kind of add more streams. What I've actually done is dropped NXT so that I've got more time to actually focus on some other things for the channel. So bringing in other streams is not high on the priority list at the moment. But who knows? I mean, look, if they get a big, good TV time slot and the roster looks good and there's a buzz and excitement, I mean, no door is ever closed on that for me. I'd always return to NXT if the product became more unmissable, let's put it that way. If there was more of a buzz around it, if there was, do you know what I mean? Then I would return to NXT. But at the moment, it sort of feels like it's not essential viewing. If I'm being honest, it feels like I can use that time for other things, which has been very welcome. So, no plans at the moment. Life Daz said they've announced it on Twitter. It is coming. Okay, cool. I've not seen that, but I'll keep an eye out for it. I forgot to say hello, says Brenton. Brenton, hello. Hope you're well, dudes. Us internationally recognised superstars have got to stick together. Absolutely. I think of you a lot now, Brenton, so I know that you're a big fan of, the classic wrestling stuff. So whenever I am, just in my day-to-day life listening to anything classic, wrestling-wise, I always think, I wonder if this will come up. I wonder if we'll mention this, later, or if this will be something. I was listening to, and I've only just discovered it, actually, in the past couple of days, John Arezzi's shows. I remember Brian Last used to talk about John Arezzi, but John Arezzi is not someone that I know much about. I know that he used to do stuff back in the day, but I, obviously in the UK, never, and also what with my age, I was never, listening to him when he was active. But I was on, I don't know if it's Google Podcasts or what it is. I think it is. I think it is. I think it's Google's own platform. And I was on there and I was just having a look around and I found John Arezzi has got a show that kind of started from November. And it's really interesting, actually, because he was talking about how he split and broke away from Brian Last. And apparently they used to work together, be really good friends. But their relationship soured, and now he's gone off doing, his own podcast, and he's no longer a part of, with Brian. And anyway, I was listening to his shows, and they're really good because they're basically the shows from the early 90s that he talks about now. So he's we're going to go back to 91, and then he'll play the show or clips from that show, and then he'll add modern commentary to it, and it's really interesting. I was listening to an episode that was all about Royal Rumble 92. And he'd recorded the episode straight after it. I mean, it's crazy to me. Think about, now, when Royal Rumble ends, you'll have What Culture, you'll have Cultaholic, you'll have Wrestle Talk, you'll have all those kind of channels that will put out reviews, initial reactions. I'll do a watch-along. You're spoiled for choice when it comes to, the content that gets put out, but there was nothing that was being put out in 92, or at least so I thought. I knew of a newsletter, but I wasn't aware of what else was out there. But I mean, how crazy that John Arezzi was doing a radio show where he was taking live phone calls from wrestling fans as they were talking about what they'd just seen at Royal Rumble 92, and it's so good. It's so good. He's talking about, Ric Flair winning, and he's talking about how Hogan came across and how the fans were, turning on. And it's a lot of stuff that, I mean, I can't say I really learnt a great deal. But just for that moment, you can sort of feel like you're teleported back. You can sort of feel what it must have been like to have just watched the Rumble and then turn the radio on, and here's this guy talking about what you've just seen. And he had Big John Studd phone in. And he had Buddy Rogers on the phone because Ric Flair had won. And it was really good. And so I'm trying to now like listen to the other episodes. So yeah, if you get a chance to, he started doing it in November. He's still doing episodes now. Like all these months later, 7 months later, whatever. You get a chance to listen to John Arezzi. I recommend it. I've really enjoyed what I've listened to so far. So, Jeremy said the wrestlers need to put their health first. I get wanting to perform for us, but damn, I hope Adam Cole stays away until he is 100% from his surgery. 6 months plus getting concussed. Yes. Heather said, I watch all of those channels. I believe you, Heather. I believe you. Brenton said, John Arezzi did a show where he recorded his reaction after Sting beat Flair in 1990. I will quite happily hold my hands up and say I know nothing about John Arezzi. I have never listened to any of his shows. Anything that's been on like Arcadian, Vanguard, any of that Brian Last stuff, I've never listened to. Mainly because the clips, or whenever I have gone into them, they've been too hard to get into. Like for me, if I listen to an old wrestler, like a podcast, and they're talking about old wrestling, if they're saying like, right, we're going back to 1987, we're going to Georgia, the Spider has beaten the Alabama Slammer, and like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a load of names that I'm not familiar with, or a load of stories that I'm walking halfway into. There's no kind of like recaps to bring me up to speed. I can't picture anyone. I can't picture anything. I don't feel any connection to any of these wrestlers. It's just, it's of its time, and I find it really hard to kind of get into. I just can't get into it. I just don't care about it. I don't know anything about like that level of detail when it comes to like the NWA. If they were talking about WWE, then brilliant. I can easily get into that. But a lot of these old shows talk more about what was happening in the territories, and talk more about what was happening in Florida, what was happening in Georgia, what was happening in Mid-South, what was happening blah, 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 blah. I just really struggle to get into those. So I've listened to a few bits and then, like, you know, jumped back out. But this John Arezzi one from the other day, he was talking about Royal Rumble 92, and it was just great hearing fans phone up. Fans were phoning up, and they were like, oh, do you think this means that we're going to get Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania? And they're talking about WrestleMania 8. And like John Arezzi's like, yeah, that's got to be the plan. Like, they know the money matches, Hogan, Flair, and it looks like we're well on our way towards that. And I've got to tell you, I am so excited. You know, this is a dream match for many people. And it's just so fun to hear them talking about what might be happening at WrestleMania 8. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing we do now. It's like, oh, do you think Roman and Brock are going to face at WrestleMania 39? Well, this podcast I was listening to, they were doing the exact same thing, but about WrestleMania 8. And of course, it's not Hogan versus Flair at WrestleMania 8, famously, because of, you know, the house shows not really doing what they hoped. The buzz wasn't quite what they hoped. The matches weren't, you know, they were all right, but the match quality wasn't really where they wanted it to be. And Vince felt that Sid, who was younger and bigger, would be a better opponent for Hogan. And then we got Macho Man Ric Flair, which was a great match. That was an incredible match. Bit of a sleeper match, actually. When you talk about great WrestleMania matches, Hogan, Ric Flair from WrestleMania 8 doesn't really get the props it deserves. But just because it's been overshadowed by so many things. And I think that year in particular, people did want Hogan, Flair. It's just so funny to listen to it and hear like people phoning in saying those exact things. So yeah, I'm definitely going to check out more. That's on my listening schedule at the moment. Man United Hodge says, you're a great guy. Respect from Australia. Struth, mate. Struth. Throw another compliment on the Barbie. Shout out Australia. Nothing but love. Hope you're doing well down under. I'm guessing it's warm. Although, I did speak to Scout, who's a very active member in the community, and he is from Australia, and he was saying that it is warm, but when there's storms, it is pretty brutal. So, I had a really interesting chat with him about Australia. So, hope it's not stormy where you are. Hope you've got lovely weather at the moment. Dark Knight said, I've been banned from all fantasy footballs around the country as people think I build my team on fraudulent sponsorship and I end up being so good people think I'm cheating, says Dark Knight. Well, I hope you're going to bring that same swagger to next year's fantasy football and certainly the World Cup fantasy game. I'm so excited for that, which is at the end of the year. Daniel said, I think one of the most interesting things going into the main event is how Kingston and Claudio will get on because there's legit heat there and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. I am going to be honest in saying I don't know the history of Kingston and Claudio, so I can't really comment on if it's legit heat or not, but I would be surprised if it was legitimate heat. My feeling is, from what just the few things that I've read, is that they were in a feud, and they were feuding, and they were in quite a hot feud, and I don't know that feud got its payoff. I don't know that feud kind of ran its course. And I think that, did Claudio go maybe to NXT, WWE, FCW type thing? And so the feud didn't conclude. So I actually don't know if it is real heat. Or is Eddie Kingston such a flipping wrestling god that in his mind this is the 1970s, 1960s, and kayfabe needs to be protected at all costs? And the current situation that his character is in is that they've got unfinished business. And so every interview he does, every conversation that he has, he talks about how he hates Claudio because in his world, they've got unfinished business. Because I believe they were in quite the feud going back, in the 2000s. But I don't know. I can't say that I've heard of, and maybe you guys have. Maybe you can fill me in as to something that legitimately happened between them that would have caused actual real heat. I can't say I've heard about. The only thing I've heard about was that they were in a feud and that feud did not conclude. So I genuinely don't know. I did look into it. I not for long. To be perfectly truthful, I didn't go deep diving, but I went onto a couple of forums, followed a few conversations, and the general vibe that I picked up was that it was that, and I couldn't see anything of anything more substantial. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have no idea how Eddie Kingston genuinely feels about Claudio. I don't know if it is legit. I don't know if it's kind of kayfabe and he's, just being very vocal about hating on Claudio, but it's, business at the end of the day. I remember, God, who was it? I was listening to a Bruce Pritchard podcast a few months back, and he was saying, was it Bruce Pritchard? I was listening to a podcast where there was heat between the host and another wrestler, and apparently it was William Regal. It was the William Regal podcast. He said that there was heat between him and Dean Ambrose. Apparently, they were in a feud in FCW NXT. They had a little feud thing. And this was before Dean Ambrose went to the main roster, and he goes to the main roster with the Shield, and this little heat angle between him and William Regal never pays off. It never pays off. And apparently, they kept this pretense up that they hated each other, even to each other. Like, they wouldn't talk to each other and all this. Like, some of the stuff that goes on is really strange. Some of the and William Regal says in his podcast, he was like, I just thought, and you might think this is crazy, but I just thought that we were protecting the kayfabe of our sort of relationship. And so for the longest time, they really wouldn't talk. They wouldn't say anything. They would just kind of be in each other's presence when needed, but there was no interaction, and nothing had ever gone wrong between them. It's just because their kind of feud that they were having had never paid off. And he says that apparently Moxley, I think, speaks to him out the blue at some kind of function. This is a long way after though. And he was like, it kind of took me by surprise, and I was like, okay, so now we're doing this now. And it's really weird. It's really, really weird how these things kind of play out, how important kayfabe is to some people. I'm not saying that is what's happening with Kingston and Claudio, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. From Kevin Nash said on kayfabe commentaries, Jim Ross apparently had a radio show. Shames those aren't available. Well, I do know about the Jim Ross one, but I don't know how. The Jim Ross one. So my understanding is that Jim Ross used to work with WCW, and he had a radio show, and he was very upset with WCW. WWE signed him 93, and he actually was a WCW employee that was promoting WWE for a time on his radio show before he actually goes to WWE, because he knew that he was leaving and he knew that he was going to WWE. So even though he was still being paid by WCW, he was a WCW employee. And he was kind of seeing out a bit of 30 days or whatever it might have been. He was just promoting their shows. He was promoting WWE shows on his radio show and everything, whilst being paid by WCW. And I must admit, those shows, I don't know. I suppose those would be interesting to listen to. I've always, I suppose, just dismissed those ones as being I bet they just toe the company line type thing, because that's someone that's kind of works for the companies. But I suppose he's still taking genuine calls. So, yeah, I mean, you'd still hear from genuine fans, which would be really interesting from that time. But I really like the John Arezzi one. I really like the John Arezzi one, because he obviously isn't being paid by WCW or WWE. He is just a fan himself, and he's talking at times about what he's looking forward to and what he thinks they're going to do and why they're doing certain things. Someone calls up on one of the shows and they're like, what's the deal with Vince McMahon? And John answers it by saying, well, Vince is the boss. He's the guy that runs everything. He's the guy that's in charge. And it's so weird because, you'd think, okay, well, I mean, yeah, all right, we know that. But I can remember back in, this is a show from 92. I can remember in 93 when I was watching thinking Jack Tunney was the guy that owns WWE. We spoke about that before, about how no one, wow, the general public didn't know Vince was in charge. I didn't. If you watch the show, Vince is just a commentator in 93. He just does commentary. The guy that we thought that was in charge, that was the president, was Jack Tunney. Whenever there was a decision to be made, we would go to Jack Tunney. And Jack Tunney was a guy in an office who was WWF president, who seemed to be the top guy. So it was quite the revelation to me, and I think to a lot of people, when we found out that the guy that's on commentary, it'd be like finding out the person that owns WWE is Michael Cole. That's what it'd be like finding out. It was mental. It was absolutely mental. So it might seem like nothing, this person bringing in, but you could tell this person was like, what's the deal with Vince? And John Arezzi, gives him the answer, tells him in early 92 on his radio show, he's like, yeah, well, Vince is the guy that's in charge. He's the guy that's right. I could imagine tuning into that show and just, that kind of stuff would just blow your mind. That's how you would have found out about, loads of things you wouldn't have known about otherwise. So, if I'd have tuned in 92 and heard him say that, it would have blown my tiny mind. Because I didn't find out for a long, 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 long time. It was such a different world, though. I mean, there was no internet. There was, if the only way that you could really find out about wrestling was by getting the WWE magazine, and that wasn't letting you know anything. That wasn't telling you that Vince was in charge. That was, keeping up kayfabe. And I'm sure there were insider magazines, but not where I lived. I'm pretty sure you couldn't go to any shop where I lived and get an inside wrestling magazine. I really don't think there was. I think you would have to have been in America, and you would have to have been subscribed to The Observer or something, or at least known where to go for certain radio shows. Maybe I can't say there wasn't an inside wrestling radio show here in the UK, but I've never heard of one. And I've still never heard of one, and I don't think there was one, to be honest. So, yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's completely different time, different worlds. But, it's just fun. It's fun sometimes to look back on that stuff. How come people didn't know that Vince McMahon's dad owned it? Well, to be honest, I think that wrestling really exploded into the mainstream in the 1980s. And when it explodes into the 1980s... your only real information is coming from what you see on the show. And what you see on the show is Jack Tunney. I can't remember when Jack Tunney first is shown as being, the guy that's in charge. I mean, I don't know that you will have seen, I don't think people were watching wrestling thinking, I wonder who owns this. Do you know what I mean? I think they would have watched going, oh, I love Hogan. Oh, I hope he's going to face this guy. Or I hope he beats, Big John Studd. Or I hope he beats King Kong Bundy. Or whatever it might be. But there would have been some people, probably in the New York area, that knew that Vince Sr. was running it. And there would have been some people in the New York area that will have heard that his son had bought it out and all of that kind of stuff. But we're talking, the kids at home in the UK, in, LA, in Texas, in Florida, even in New York itself. I mean, if you're of a certain age, you're not going to know any of that. And even if you're an adult, where do you find that information from? Where do you get that information from? Back then, there was no mobile phones. There was no internet. There was no... I mean, if you really wanted to find insider information, you would have to have found one of those kind of radio shows that we're talking about, a John Arezzi show, or you would have had to have found Dave Meltzer's Observer, which I can't remember what year that starts. That starts, say, 87, something like that. But, I mean, it's so small. Do you know what I mean? It's everyone talks about Meltzer now, and everyone talks about, his star ratings and everything. When it first started, it was an actual newsletter that you had to subscribe to and got sent in the post. It's just small. It's just a different world. That access to information just wasn't there. I mean, if you was flipping Columbo and, I don't know, you had time to go through old newspaper reels and maybe try and track down some actual wrestlers and try and see if they'll give you any information, then I'm sure you could have found out, but how many fans are doing that? Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things back in the day that you might have wondered. You might have watched the show and thought, I wonder who owns this, right? And then literally 5 seconds later, your brain has moved on to something else because you don't know the answer to it. You're not going to find the answer to it. And so then your brain moves on to something else. In this day and age, you can sit there, wonder it and go, oh, I'll just Google that on your phone. it's unfathomable how different the world is now compared to like what watching wrestling was like in the 80s and the 90s. It's uncomparable. It's uncomparable. It's just a different world. But it's God, this is such exciting conversations. I love these conversations. I know there's going to be people going, I'm here to talk about Blood and Guts, and we're here going, just, getting lost in, like, chit-chat. But, no, it's fun, just really good. Anna said, I remember watching Vince on commentary and Jack in the office. I did not see that Vince reveal come in, and it floored me at the time. I know. I completely agree. It blew my mind. As I said, it'd be like finding out that it'd be like finding out that Excalibur owns AEW. I mean, that is the comparison. I mean, Vince was someone that we saw, but he was just the commentator. He was lead commentator, but not even all the time, because Jim Ross came in and sort of took that role for a bit as well. So, but, Vince is all over, like, early Raws and all that kind of stuff, if you go back to the kind of when I started watching. So, to me, he was just the commentator. But he'd obviously done, like, interviewing, announcing, and all that stuff as well. But, like, finding that information out was very difficult back in the day. Another recommendation, Jim appears on Cornette's podcast. There is an omnibus going back to 2013. Stuff they said there as well has been said yesterday. That's something else. I've never really gone pre-Brian Last with the Cornette stuff. So that's something else that I could definitely dig into. I mean, what we're talking about now, John Arezzi, which I just discovered a few days ago, the kind of 605 podcast stuff that's a bit more easily accessible, and like early Cornette, this is totally in my wheelhouse. So, whilst I'm like making graphics or setting up streams or I don't know, whatever I'm doing, that's the kind of stuff I have playing in the background. I get asked all the time, like, what films do you watch? What TV shows are you watching? And the answer is I don't get a chance. I don't get time. I might find time to watch the occasional thing. Like, I started to watch a bit of Seinfeld. I got about 4 episodes in, and it's fine. And I was starting to get into it, but I've just not had a chance to go back to it. And I watched a bit of Star Trek. I was trying to watch a bit of New Generation. Imagine that, Star Trek New Generation with Bret Hart and Diesel. But yeah, I was watching a bit of Next Generation. And again, I only got so far with that. It's just hard to sit down and watch stuff. I find that I'm always doing other things. And so podcasts are so good. And there's so many good ones out there as well. So feel free to put into the chat some of your favourite podcasts. So that people can maybe check out some of the things that you're listening to at the moment. Those are amongst mine. Those are definitely my go-tos. Would be I do like Cornette's. I like Cornette's. I don't agree with all of his opinions on modern wrestling, but I don't hate him or anything like that. Like, I'm quite happy to sit back and listen to what he's got to say, and I agree with a good chunk of what he says, and then I disagree with some of the things he says. But man, his wrestling history and those conversations are really enjoyable. I really enjoy those, and but now I'm looking forward to going into that John Arezzi stuff. Yeah, the wrestling historian who's got a picture of Jack Tunney. Jack Tunney was a legend, a true president. He was. And he was a promoter from Canada, as many of you know. I think he ran the Toronto area. And so he was actually a promoter like Vince. His promotion, I think, got bought out by Vince. And so Vince took him on board. And Vince, I think they had a great relationship, because I think they'd always worked together. And Vince sort of, come and work for me, I'll look after you type thing. And one of the jobs he found for him to do was to be the fake face of WWE. So, yeah, that's who he was. He was a promoter himself, and he ran the Toronto region, Toronto area, and then, came on board with Vince. The first time I remember hearing about something behind the scenes was Chris Jericho joining WWF from No DQ. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That would have been going back 99. Yeah, I mean, around that time you are starting to see more coming in, and obviously, I mean, at that time we're seeing the emergence of the internet, and when the internet arrives, I mean, the game changes. You get in the early internet, you're starting to get chat rooms, and you're starting to get forums, and people are starting to talk. And, information, even in the earliest days of the internet, information is being obviously exchanged, and conversations are being had that were never possible before with strangers on chat rooms and all this kind of stuff, and forums and whatnot. So, yeah, around that time, that's the sort of time we're starting to see things really, really change. I mean, I feel like the internet arrived in the UK, in households, in about 97. And I think that we first got it in 99. I mean, when I say 97, that would have been the very first households. I think I'm right with that. I think that's about the timeline. I know that we didn't get it till 99. 99 is when we first got the internet. And it was dial-up, and it was super slow. And it was when a picture was downloading, it was and it was you'd sit there and you'd be like, if you clicked on the wrong picture to look at, right, you'd have to wait a good 3 minutes for the picture to actually download fully before you could then click off it and then select a different image. Just it showing images just took forever. It was so slow, but it was still mind-blowing. So you didn't mind, but yeah, I used to be able to do the dial-up noise. I used to know the dial-up noise, and so well that I could just recreate it. But those memories are long gone now, unfortunately. But yeah, it's good chat, good conversation. Maybe a little unfocused and maybe not where we needed to be here for the hour before, but I hope people all got something from that. Larry, shout out to you, bud. Hope you are well. Shout out to you. Brenton said, did you know the Tony McMahon relationship? Did you know in order to be on TV in Canada, you had to have a certain amount of Canadian content, separate WWF office in Canada? I didn't know that, no. So in order to get on TV in Canada, you had to have a certain amount of Canadian content. No, I didn't. It's interesting. Edward says, I need to have a conversation. Can I? Yeah, you can DM me. I don't know when I'm going to be on, to be honest, because I haven't even started UFC research. So I need to go straight into that. So my plan is do this stream straight into UFC research after, but I'll try and get to it after. Anna said, "Boomer chat." What do you expect? What do you expect? King of the boomers. It was a boomer chat. We won't go there, all that often, but if we do go there, I enjoy it. So, but our focus now is on Blood and Guts. Let's see what they've got for Blood and Guts 2022. So we are going over to the show. First hour, as we said, not loads that's been announced. Well, actually, there wasn't loads that have been announced, but there might have been in this past hour. Let's have a look. Blood and Guts, this has had quite the build. They've had to try and find a way of promoting Forbidden Door and then trying to promote Blood and Guts as well. So Jericho Appreciation Society and Blackpool Combat Club. Oh, here we go. Jade Cargill taking on Leila Grey. Okay, I haven't seen this. Max Caster and Austin and Colton Gunn taking on Danhausen and question mark. Christian Cage is going to be live tonight. Orange Cassidy against Ethan Page is up next. And I think that might be everything. So we've got the 2 rings set up, ready for Blood and Guts. Here's Orange Cassidy. And he's got his new music. I have to have it turned down, so you'll have to let me know what you think about the new music. It's Orange Cassidy's indie song, says Jessam. What you think of it? It's, I believe, Jefferson Starship. There we go. No Pixies. No. I don't know why, actually. I haven't heard why they changed it. Orange Cassidy against Ethan Page is going to start things off. Former MMA fighter has signed with WWE, says Boomers. I don't know why he makes sense to me that Jericho's team is going to win, says Ali. Here's Ethan Page. Dan Lambert coming down. Shut the F up is being chanted by the fans. Shut the F up to Dan Lambert. So it's a red hot crowd. This crowd are really fired up for this. Dan Lambert says, if those best friends can't show you a manager's license, then let's kick them out from ringside, shall we? And that's exactly what's happening. They're being told that they've got to go. So, best friends are going. But do you think Eddie Kingston will turn on Claudio tonight? Screw Blackpool Combat Club. I think they're setting up a feud. I think that he could do that. I think that would make sense. Yeah, it would make sense. I think Jericho Appreciation Society could really do with something to brag about, and a win at Blood and Guts would be that thing. I think Blackpool Combat Club probably go in as the favourites to win. But yeah, I think that Jericho Appreciation Society could probably do with the win more. So yeah, I mean that would be a way of getting to it, and then what comes out of it would be the payoff. I mean, I think Kingston, as we were saying beforehand, Kingston's been very vocal about not liking Claudio. I heard him say that if he had a fork or something, he would stab Claudio with it. He's been very vocal about his hatred for Claudio, but I don't know. I mean, I as I said earlier, had a little look into it, and it seemed to be based largely on their kayfabe feud, which never got to conclude. I think almost certainly it's going to conclude in AEW. Almost certainly there's going to be the payoff. I just don't know when. Don't know if it'll be to, like, you know, something that happens tonight. But yeah, you could see it. You could see Kingston and Claudio going at it, getting a bit distracted, and maybe that does cost them. Red hot crowd here. We're just underway with this match. We're 2 rings, side by side, of course. Ethan Page picking up Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy back down on his feet, pushes Ethan Page into the turnbuckle, goes up round the houses, looking for a DDT, gets the ropes again, shoulder tackle, and Orange Cassidy goes down. Orange Cassidy goes down, Ethan Page in control. Do you think Young Bucks are mad about Blood and Guts? They were supposed to be in the first one, but the pandemic happened, and now Chris Jericho has been in both. Do I think they're mad about it? I wouldn't think so. I mean, like, there's going to be many more, and I'm sure they'll feature in at least one of them. There are. I mean, I feel like Tony Khan does the majority of the booking now. If you remember when AEW first started, it was like, I think, didn't the Bucks have like the tag division? Kenny had the women's division. I think, was Cody booking the men, the guys? I think they all had their own like divisions that they oversaw. But it does feel like Tony has had more and more say as the company has kind of, you know, grown and evolved. So I don't know. I don't know how much of a say they have anymore, but I'm sure they've, you know, still got quite a bit of power, still got quite a bit of a say. I'm sure they'll be able to get into a Blood and Guts match in the future. I would imagine they would want to be in it. You know, it's going to be it's a big main event. It's a big match. Dan Lambert has got some orange juice, and he was teasing pouring it on Orange Cassidy. Who do you want to be Danhausen's partner? I want Hook, says let him in. Who do I want to be Danhausen's partner? I would go with someone like... Well, I don't mind, to be honest. I mean, someone like Miro or someone like that. I feel like Danhausen's like a fun, silly character. And I understand that you can do the yin and yang, you know, Hook's super serious, Danhausen's wacky and silly, and that kind of contrast. I mean, we've seen that contrast quite a few times. I suppose in a way you've got that with RK Bro, where you've got Riddle and then you've got Orton, and they kind of bounce off each other. So I get what they're trying to do, but I must admit, this isn't the way that I would go with Hook. I feel like Hook... I don't think this is what he needs to be doing at the moment. I sort of feel like he needs to be getting wins and growing his kind of character and kind of finding his feet and having him in, like, you know, being, you know, the Yang to Danhausen. I don't know. It's not what I would be doing with Hook. So if it is Hook, fine. I mean, you know, they've been teaming together, so it makes sense for it to be Hook. But I might go with someone like Miro. I might go with someone different. I might go with someone that's maybe found their feet a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Hook's still trying to work things out. I don't feel like he's a fully fleshed out character yet. I feel like he's got potential, and he's had a few squash matches, but it just feels a little bit early to have him be the other guy to Danhausen. I feel like if you had someone like Miro do it, I feel like you would get better interactions, because Hook doesn't even tend to talk that much. Whereas, like, with Miro, you could have some real fun back and forth between him and, like, Danhausen. I think that could be fun. And I don't know what we're doing with Miro, because he was obviously in that All-Atlantic Championship match and Pac won. So he's not, he's not a champion at the moment. There's lots of things you could do. He could go after the All-Atlantic title. He could go after the TNT title. You could even try and push him up to the top of the cards, have him feud with, Moxley. You could do loads of stuff with him. So it wouldn't have to be Miro, but I'm just saying that I think having a serious person with Danhausen makes sense. I totally get why they do Hook. But I think I would just want someone that's a bit more fleshed out. I think I'd just want someone that maybe, first of all, talks, so that you can have that interaction, that back and forth, and I think that could be fun. But it'll probably be Hook. It'll probably be Hook. And people are into it. People like Hookhausen, so who am I to deny the masses, eh? I wouldn't put Miro with Danhausen. Miro needs momentum, and the last thing he needs is more goofiness in his first run. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, if it was Miro, I personally wouldn't mind, but it doesn't have to be Miro. I think my point was more, I would like it to be a more fleshed out, serious person, more so than it be Hook. What person that is? What serious person is out there that is very good at communicating as well? I don't know. Miro is the one name that kind of comes to mind. Because I'm thinking like Lance Archer, but I can't picture that. That doesn't fit. Lance seems to be quite moody and just wouldn't entertain that. He's like a bit too serious. I feel like Miro can still have a bit of fun. We've seen him with when he was Rusev, we saw him doing Rusev Day. I've seen him do fun things. Lance Archer feels like he's just not going to engage in that kind of stuff at all. And maybe the AEW Miro should be that way as well, as you say, but I don't know. He had like a super serious TNT run, and it was all right. But I don't mind us exploring a few different sides with Miro, fleshing him out a little bit more. I don't mind that. But there could be a better fit. I agree. It's Wyndham. It's going to be Danhausen and Wyndham. Delmar said, I was listening to Meltzer on The Observer, and they discussed WWE higher-ups currently pitching back and forth for Becky or Liv to win Money in the Bank, with Raquel and Lacey as runner-ups. Thoughts? I think it'll be Alexa. I feel like it's going to be Alexa. I feel like they've planted a few seeds for it to be Alexa. Liv, I mean, I know it's a silly little thing, but Liv won on the Go Home show, so for her to then win at the pay-per-view as well would be a surprise. Normally, if you look good on the Go Home, you don't then win at the pay-per-view. Orange trying to get the pin here. I could see Becky. She only just got into the match last minute. She only just scraped in. They made it as difficult as possible, and they got her in as late as possible. So I could see it being Becky, but that wouldn't really excite me. I've said before, I think whoever wins really should be someone that doesn't normally get opportunities. So if it is the option of Liv or Becky, I'd rather it be Liv. Orange Cassidy has got Dan Lambert's orange drink. He has a swig of it. Orange punch. And he spits in the face of Dan Lambert. Driver. Down goes Ethan Page. 2, 3. And Orange Cassidy gets the win. Orange Mist. Hello, Legend Killer. Shout out to you. I would put OC with Danhausen. Obviously not tonight. Keep the goofiness in one segment. Ideally, neither of them would be on my TV show if I was booking. Fair enough. What are your thoughts on Jake Paul, Tommy Fury? What are your thoughts on the second AJ press conference? I didn't see the second AJ press conference. I saw a few interviews after it, but I never actually sat down and watched the press conference itself. I saw AJ being interviewed and Usyk being interviewed separately, away from the actual press conference. Don't know. From what I saw them saying, it just felt more of the same. There's nothing that resonated with me. What was the other question? What's the thoughts on Jake Paul, Tommy Fury? Well, Tommy can't get into America, can he? Apparently. And Jake said, well, if you want the fight in the UK, pay me $15 million. I don't see that happening. So, unless Tommy can get his issues resolved, Jake might have to find a new opponent. So, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, that one. Because I hope the event doesn't get cancelled. Because I'm quite looking forward to seeing Jake take on a proper boxer. So, I'm quite excited for the event. So, I hope it doesn't get cancelled. Spoiler, Liv is pregnant and can't compete in Money in the Bank, says Miguel. Crazy Cheech said 170 likes so far. Let's get this to over 200, folks. 250% love. Crazy Cheech, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. We are 18 minutes in to the show. Lance said it was ridiculous having Orange Cassidy beat Ethan Page. James Kenny said Jake Paul versus KSI. Jaden said, how are you? How was your day? Day was all right. I got a few bits and bobs done, but to be honest, I haven't even started my UFC research, which is a bit of a concern because it's such a big show this weekend. So Money in the Bank, I keep mentioning it because I know people are going to come onto the stream on Saturday on this channel and not find it. But it's over at the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, right? There is a watch along for Money in the Bank, but it's over at the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. There's a big UFC show this weekend as well, so it's a busy weekend. It should be Wardlow and Danhausen. Wardlow and Danhausen. Maybe. I do understand what people are saying in the chat about Danhausen is an acquired taste, but I think, I personally wouldn't be having him doing... I don't mind him doing the spell stuff, right? But it needs to not be like a spell. It needs to be that he is under the impression that he can, control people. And he can't, basically. If anything, they just look at him confused. And, I think you could probably get a bit of comedy out of that. He's a bit eccentric. He's a bit wacky. But, I don't know, have we actually seen him put a spell on someone and them do... I feel like we might have, I feel like we might have. That's not quite to my taste. But he's popular. Can't escape the fact he's popular. Here's Tony. Christian is coming out for an interview. Danhausen with Wardlow would be better than he was booked last week. Okay, here's Christian. Last time we saw Christian, he was saying something to Luchasaurus. I think he was saying, I love you or something. And Luchasaurus was all conflicted. So, I don't know if we're going to get any more on that. 2 weeks since his heinous post-match attack on Jungle Boy. He's all in black. Boos for Christian. He does look like Steve Jobs. A-hole chant. I've been asked to come out and apologise for my comments last week. Do you remember when he said, you know, I was like a father figure to you. You did have a dad, but he's dead. Type comments. Jeez. I'm sorry your entire family isn't dead. I'm sorry your entire family isn't dead. Lol moment of the week. Yeah, Detroit. It's your fault. Christian's a sweetheart, I know. I'd love that. Imagine if they did AEW greetings cards. You could get that from you know, happy birthday. I'm sorry your whole family isn't dead. Oh, you've got me the Christian one. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm guessing this is going to be Luchasaurus. So, Luchasaurus is coming out. So, Jurassic Express are no more. It's got, like, dark, evil music now. And he's got a black mask as well. Everything he's wearing is black. Who's this guy in the ring? What's it? Jesus, what's up with this guy? Serpentico's in the corner. What's he doing? Serpentico's in the corner and he's like... It's like a woman out of a... You know, the damsel in distress in a horror film. Jeez. Proper, acting it up this evening. Like, we're getting our acting chops out this evening. Healosaurus says, Vape Ross Vape. Healosaurus. Healosaurus. I'm just sorry your whole family isn't dead. Quite the segment. So, Luchasaurus has turned heel, joined forces with Christian. Interesting. Luchasaurus makes an awesome cane, says Esteban. Dalmar said the Good Brothers are reportedly on their way back to WWE. Their Impact deals are set to expire in July. They were scheduled to appear at Forbidden Door, but they were pulled from the show. Oh. I have zero desire to see them in WWE. Actually, negative desire. That doesn't make any sense, because unless you're going to put them with AJ and, like, this time properly do a proper faction that's actually scary, commanding, demands respect, and isn't named after a teen TV show. I mean, what, are they going to come back and call them Dawson's Creek? Yeah, if they're just going to go back and go into that tag division's dead. Vince doesn't care about tag wrestling. Why the flippity-doo-dah? Would they go back to WWE? I can only think it would be to team back up with AJ. I can only think it would be that. We've got Wardlow and we've got Scorpio Sky backstage. That is the way Lucha should have always been booked, says Master Chief. Guarantee they think they are making the next Kane. They are not, says NH. Michael said, did you hear Dave say Jordan Devlin has a new ring name because Jordan Devlin on the Independence? No, I don't listen to Dave Meltzer. I haven't listened to Dave Meltzer's show. I've got nothing against Dave Meltzer. I just have been listening to John Arezzi instead. I've been lost in that world. Yo, now listen. Danhausen is a lightweight. How are you going to cheer a white guy doing whiteface? Okay, so it is. Is it Gun Club? Gun Club versus Danhausen. Jeez, can't even spell. Gun Club versus Danhausen and... Is that how you spell it? I think there's a U in there, isn't there? Danhausen. Ah, there is now. Danhausen has cursed Serpentico. Lucha can be as good as Kane, I think. It just has to be booked right, says Master Chief. Delmar said, the belief is that AEW hasn't got much interest in signing another tag team, and AJ might have pitched for them to feud with the Bloodline. That's... I'd worry on the long term for that. Short term makes sense. I think, you know, you bring them in, you put them with AJ, you can do some stuff, but God, they were there before and it was awful. The OC was awful. FTR? Is it FTR? FTR? Are they I don't even know. Are they faces or heels? I actually don't know. I don't know. There was quite the reaction for them. It was like people forgot they were part of the AEW roster. Quite the pop for the living legends, for the top guys. I would love... Do you know what? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I do love FTR, right? They're absolutely in my top 5 as well. But I'd love figures of them with them jackets. They're going to make them. They're absolutely going to make them. But FTR, little FTR Jazzwares figures with those kind of cloth jackets... Need them. They are, for me, like amongst the best things that are going in AEW. They might actually be the best things in AEW right now, FTR. FTR are a good team for Danhausen. I think Danhausen will be used a lot on Ring of Honor, said Master Chief. FTR have been faces for about a month, says Jessen. Corvid said, no one expected them to wrestle tonight due to Dax's injured shoulder, says Corvid. FTR are loved, so they automatically went to be faces. 7-star FTR and WWE had them shaving each other. Well, that's true and false, because in NXT they were doing some killer stuff. Main roster, once they got to Vince, they completely got botched. I completely agree. But down in NXT, they were killing it. Revival in NXT were fantastic. But, yeah, no denying AEW are using them better than WWE's main roster. Better than Vince did. Okay, we got Ass Boys Chants. Lord Regal said the Cursehausen is real. That's it, isn't it? It was Regal that they put a curse on. But they, I think, didn't he do it after the show? I don't think it was on the show, but the footage still got out there. Yeah, I mean, look, that'll appeal to some people. It appeals to, I think, the diehards. Chop coming in by Dax. Do you remember when someone put itching powder in their towels, says James. Yeah, wasn't that that was all part of this? That was the same feud, wasn't it? Wasn't that the feud with the Usos? Darby Allin and Hook as a tag team would be amazing, says Stephanie. Yeah, that could be fun. Could be fun. I think his promos are fun, Danhausen. Like, I actually don't mind Danhausen. I think I like his character. I like his promos. I don't mind kind of a bit of the entertainment side. It's just, for me, personally, and we have to keep coming back to personal taste, for me, there is a line where we do go too silly. And, you know, Danhausen definitely does flirt with that line. But he can go, man. In the ring, he's he's a decent wrestler, and his promos can be fun. I mean, there he just came walking out and he said, "I've got some partners. They're pretty good at wrestling." And then FTR's music hits. Tell you what, that was a hell of a clothesline. Then it seemed to be very hard. Danhausen went down hard, and Aubrey had to get down and check on him. Seemed to be a little bit of concern there. Picture in picture. Picture in picture is pretty much the same as a commercial break. Good Brothers signed with WWE in 2016, and they were mostly jobbers. WWE re-signed them to big contract to keep them from AEW and fired them 10 months into their deal, and they're crawling back. I don't know. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, money talks, and money is really important. I understand that the narrative would be they got used bad. If WWE offer them, like, a contract and offer them money, and it's a good amount of money, they've got their families to think about, and, you know, look, it's another shot at the big time. I mean, WWE reaches more people than any other company, so, you know, if you get another bite of the apple, if you get another chance to get back in there, I mean, you know, you could just get the right story, you could just get the right gimmick, you could just get something that catches on, and, you know, I mean, you could be made for life. So I do not blame them for going back. I don't blame them for going back. What I do question is not them, but more WWE of, okay, you're bringing them back, but what are you going to do with them? Because you didn't do anything last time, and I've got to think that, you know, Vince, I don't think Vince has changed I don't think Vince is looking at him now going, damn, we let go such a great team. We should never have let them go. I don't think he's saying that at all. If anything, I think it's probably AJ Styles making some noise saying that he wants them back, because we know that AJ was furious with Paul Heyman because he felt Paul Heyman was responsible for them losing their jobs. And I think he's probably been quite vocal in wanting them to return. So if they do come back, I think AJ has got a lot to do with it. And I'm not sure that Vince has changed his mind at all. I really don't think that, because he just doesn't care about tag team wrestling. Doesn't care about tag team wrestling, and I don't think he's looking to. You can always chuck a couple of solo wrestlers together and make a team. He doesn't need the Good Brothers. So I think I completely agree. If they are going back to WWE, I think they'll go back to team with AJ. It'll be them against, like, Bloodline, or you could do them against Judgment Day, or there's definitely things that you can do, and I think that that's fine and makes sense. I do worry that it's a little short term, though, because unless they're going to do, like, you know, a few feuds against a few different teams and kind of see out the next 12, 18 months or whatever, like, I don't know, if you do have a feud with Bloodline, that'll be done in 6 months. What do you do after that? So, I don't know. It's a bit strange. I can sort of see it, but it feels a bit short-term focus. But I certainly don't blame them. I don't blame them on going back because, listen, I bet the money's quite good and the exposure is fantastic. You know, what it does to your brand, you know, it can just really help you connect. I mean, there'll be some people that, you know, have got into wrestling since they went. Some people that might have got in. Their last time we saw them was WrestleMania 36 with the Boneyard. I think they were let go shortly after that. So, you know, it's been over 2 years. I'm sure they've been gone for about 2 years now, you know. There'll be some kids and people that got in during lockdown and whatever that won't have seen them. So, you know, there's an audience there. Majority will know who they are. But there'll be people that don't. And there'll be a lot of people that won't have watched them or seen them since they were last in WWE, so it's great for their brand. FTR in the ring, throwing some shots as the Ass Boys are getting knocked down. Got some German suplexes. We are seeing the Gun Club being chucked around the ring. Dax wants one more. Oh, he wants another one, actually. He's not letting go here, Dax. Is that 5? I think he's looking for 6. Another one, another German suplex city. Suplex city. Dax in complete control. Danhausen against R-Truth would be a hilarious match. I think Boneyard was the last time you saw him. I was glad they left, says Master Chief. I think they could be all right on. In a faction war. I think Carl Anderson actually is quite good. I mean, he was someone that, as a solo wrestler in New Japan, was doing some really great stuff. So, I feel like there's something there. Luke Gallows, he's just a big guy, isn't he, really? He's a big guy. He's never really done it for me, but I think you could get a tune out of Carl Anderson. And I think as a faction, I could buy into it. I could buy into them. There's that relationship, that history. No, I just think the OC were booked awful. They were just awful. They were not threatening in the slightest. I feel like a small group of Girl Guides could have got the better of them. Bowens has come in and he's got the crutch in his hand. He's just nailed one of the Gun Club. So he can walk. Danhausen gets the pin and the win. So Danhausen with the pin and the win. And FTR are trashing the wheelchair. Now Bowens is having to plead with the Gun Club because they think that he turned on him, but it was a miscommunication. Love that Danhausen says, Brent. Have you seen Cena's legacy belt? If not, I've tweeted it to you. Nope. Billy is saying a few words. Oh, bit of pushing and shoving. Looks like the Acclaimed are back, though. Listen. God, that's ugly. That's ugly. That's a really ugly belt. That's, reminds me of the United States Championship. You know, when he had the spinner US belt? That is the John Cena. It's what is it? It's a hand in front of a kind of cross sign. Like, you can't see me, and then you've got the hand in front of that. And I'm guessing that probably spins. It's really loud. It's not like a classy championship. You can't quite see it. Don't know. Is it? I don't know. I suppose it's very John Cena. See if I can find, like, maybe a better picture. I don't know if it's on the website yet. John Cena. Da, 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 da. You can get... Nope. It's not up yet. Yeah, I don't think it'll focus. I don't know if it'll focus any better. Maybe if I hold it closer. No. Well, it's out there. It's out there. There's a picture out there of a championship. Oh, there we go. That's probably the best I'm going to get it. It says, never give up at the top. John Cena at the bottom. Hustle, loyalty, respect. I think if you're a Cena fan, that'll do something for you. It reminds me of the United States Championship with the circular center plate. His spinner one, but not my kind of thing. Right, Jade Cargill has made her way down. She is facing someone grey, Leila Grey. Leila Grey? Leila Grey. Her record in 2022 is 0-4. So, title match. Is that how you spell it? You know what? I never know with Grey if it's EY or AY. That's just one of those. It's one of those words that I really shouldn't struggle with, but I do. I always find myself thinking that as well. I think it's because you pronounce it Ray, Grey. So in my mind, it's Ray with a G in front, but it's not. But I suppose Ray is also like Rey Mysterio, R-E-Y, Grey, Ray. I always struggle with that. Every time I go to spell the word Grey, I always think, is it A-Y or E-Y? And that's the kind of thing that you learn at primary school. I never can remember. I used to have that problem with Michael. I could never remember if it was A-E-L or E-A-L. And I believe I'm right in saying that it's A-E-L. And I remember that now by the alphabet. A comes before E in the alphabet, so it's A-E-L. But even with someone like Michael, I'd always be like, oh man, M-I-C-H. Is it A-E or E-A? And again, it's like it should be super simple, but I just don't know. Perhaps I'm stupid. Don't know. Jade Cargill, we're underway with this match. Did you know that Cornette and Heyman did the same thing as Claudio and Kingston? They kayfabed the boys in thinking they hated each other back in WCW. They didn't have heat until the ECW New Jack incident. I knew they were like in a feud. Didn't know that it probably went to the extent that the boys believed it. But yeah, there are examples of that in history. I mean, back in the day, you had to try and keep kayfabe 24/7 as much as possible, so that the fans didn't obviously find anything out. And someone like Cornette's going to take his feud super serious. Right here we've got. Are they looking? I'm tired of all you fans. I think they're looking for another baddie, aren't they, to replace Red Velvet because she's injured. She's fired up, and I know why. Yeah, I like that. That's good. This is good. It's good. I like this. Because I literally, we just said, who's this girl? Her record is 0-4. Jade Cargill issues an open challenge. And she's upset because no one answered her open challenge, basically. And so she had to face someone that wasn't worthy. I like the fact they addressed that. I like the fact that they included that she wasn't worthy. The question would be, though, why didn't Chris Statlander answer that open challenge? Why wasn't that open challenge answered by someone of significance? But I like the fact they've included it into the story. She was annoyed after. Stokely Hathaway, I think his name is, said, she's upset and I understand why. We gave every woman an opportunity and no one stepped up. Leila Grey tried to stick her hand out and shake the hand of Stokely and Jade. Coming up next is Blood and Guts. Damn. But Tony doesn't care for the women's division. Freddie said, "Hi Daze, hi Freddie, hope you're well. Do you think we get John Cena Theory at SummerSlam?" I think there's still a very good chance of it. They obviously seem to want to get Money in the Bank out of the way. And I understand that. I mean, if you was to book John Cena for SummerSlam, would people get a bit confused thinking that it was this weekend, or would it overshadow this weekend? Because Theory's got a match against Bobby. So really, Theory, Bobby needs to be the focus at the moment. And, Cena coming in would just sort of confuse things and muddy the waters. And so I understand why we didn't do it. But, I don't know. Are we going to do it? I don't know how big the window is for the build towards SummerSlam. It's probably like 4 weeks or so. So, I don't know. Or is it... Let's have a look, actually. When is SummerSlam? How long is that build? Because Clash at the Castle is September, so SummerSlam, is it July or August? If we've got time, then we could absolutely see it. If it's going to be like 4 weeks, it might be a little tight. It's July. It's July 30th. So it is about 4 weeks-ish. About 4 weeks. About a month, innit? It's a month. So, I don't know, man. Might be tight. Might be tight. I mean, I haven't heard that Cena's coming back. It's not as if, like, they've announced Cena's back in 2 weeks. If Cena was back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that, then you'd be like, oh, okay. We're definitely going to use that to build towards a match. But we just had him, and nothing really came of it. There was a little tease between him and Theory. But, I don't know, he's going to have to come back. Or Theory's going to have to call John Cena out, and then John will have to respond on, like, a video message or something. I don't know. I feel like it can happen, and I feel like it's the match that's most likely to happen. But will it happen? Don't know. I would say I am 60-40 no. I'm 60-40 that it won't happen. But there's still a very, very good chance that it does. I feel like SummerSlam's like one of the big shows of the year, and I think that if they can get Cena, they will always have him. He didn't say that he's done. I mean, you know, the crowd were chanting one more match, and he was like, whoa, 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 there's going to be more than one match. Like, he was very clear that he's not finished with wrestling. So, really, it's just down to his schedule. Will his schedule allow him to work at SummerSlam? And I genuinely, I don't know. Did you catch any of the media scrum after Forbidden Door? I'm amazed that the kids ask better questions than the adults. I've seen it for other sports too. Good for the kids. I didn't, to be honest. I did see the hugs that Tony Khan gave out, which were divided opinion. I've seen some people like really saying, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? And then I saw, was it the guy from What Culture? Who on Twitter was like, if you're criticising how Tony Khan hugs, then you've never received enough hugs yourself. So, I don't know. There's some interesting takes. I feel it's a bit... it doesn't strike me as being, like, professional. It seems a bit... seems awkward. I feel awkward for, like, Okada and Claudio and... I don't know. I don't think it's, like... It doesn't look very professional. It doesn't look like a good look. I think that it's something that just looks... I don't know why he does it. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of other companies, you know, it's a firm handshake. It's, you know, it's great to have such and such on board. It's great to have you take a seat type thing. That's not what Tony Khan does. Tony Khan's holding on to them like flipping Rose holds on to that plank of wood when Titanic goes down. Do you know what I mean? It's like literally he's clinging on for dear life. Which is a bit OTT. And when I say a bit OTT, that's me being respectful. But who knows? Perhaps the wrestlers love it. Perhaps that's the only reason Claudio signed. There could be loads of wrestlers that look at those images and think, damn, I'd love one of them. I'm going to sign for it. That might be what makes Wyndham sign. Wyndham was probably on the fence. And he was like, I just don't know. I could do some movies. I could do some TV shows, but then he saw those hugs, and he was like, do you know what? I could go for one of them. And that might be what gets him to sign. Just saying. Could be the difference maker. We're playing checkers. Tony Khan is playing chess. Here's good old JR. Are they phasing him out a little bit? Because this kind of JR coming out only used to happen, like, before the show. Like, do you know what I mean? We would never normally see this. JR is, it's a couple of times now that JR has been announced, like, during the show and come out. I just wonder if maybe they're looking at his commentary now and thinking, we can do better. I really like JR as a commentator, but, well, he's the voice of wrestling. He's the greatest of all time. But I think he genuinely struggles with some of the stuff that AEW put on. And I think that he just struggles to buy into certain things. I think he's old school. I think that he, looks at some of the no selling, some of the like non-stop spots and all of that, and I just think that he struggles. He can't enthuse the way that he used to. I think if he was a young man who was making his way in the wrestling world, it would make it work. Now he's made his money. He's been there. He's been round the block. He's seen it all, and I don't know. Maybe some of that effort is lacking at times. Because he's had to call some rubbish in WWE. This is not a criticism of AEW. I think it's more the fact that he's not willing to call things that he doesn't believe in anymore. Because he doesn't have to, does he? He doesn't have to. Why does he have to? So perhaps they just keep him out the way now, and they bring him out for big matches and stuff. Or maybe he's going through some stuff and he just needs a bit of a, I don't know, bit of a breather. He's had some bad health issues, hasn't he? I'm looking forward to this though. Blood and Guts. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Come on, Blood and Guts. I think JR will retire. He'll work backstage. This is also Sting's last year. He's going to be done at the end of 2022, says Master Chief. Daniel said, Excalibur, Taz and Tony on commentary again. It seems that Tony's plan now is to bring JR onto the desk for the big match later in the show. I would expect him to come out for Blood and Guts. Boom. JR is a legend, but he is foggy as hell lately, says Esteban. If there's not at least 5 pints of blood loss from each person in this match, then it will be disappointing, says James. Yeah. If any of them have got blood left in their bodies at the end of this, then I want a refund. How come WWE, they only have War Games on NXT but refuse to make a main event on the actual show? How come WWE have the War Games on NXT but refuse to make it on the... Why is War Games not on, the main roster? I'm sure I heard Vince doesn't care for it. Vince doesn't care for the 2 rings, side by side, just not a fan of it. So never intends or has a desire to use it. I mean, he's got Hell in a Cell, so that's good enough for him. So I think they took War Games. I think Triple H saw the value in it, so he took it for NXT. Once all 12 men have entered, the match will begin. The only way to win is to make your opponent submit or surrender. Referees will be stationed around the cage. So the only way to win is to make your opponent submit or surrender. Guts. Can I tell you what I would do? I'm going to tell you what I would do. I don't mind people coming in at different stages, right? But what I would do is the match starts at the very start. This idea that the match doesn't start until everyone's in, I think is stupid. Because it pretty much means that whatever happens before is, irrelevant. Jericho Appreciation Society have come out in red leather trousers. Red string vests and red caps. I can see that being a look that we get in figure form. But yeah, I would have the match start. So one person comes in for each team and they battle away and the match has started. If someone can beat the other in the early stages, match is over, right? And that's blood and guts. But and then like a couple of minutes later, or say 5 minutes later, or whatever the interval is, however long you wait, then one person from each team comes in. So then it's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4. I don't think there needs to be this advantage thing. I don't know why we do that. Why do we do that? Why does one team get an advantage? So it's like 2-on-1, then it's 2-on-2, then it's 3-on-2, then it's 3-on-3, then it's 4-on-3, then it's 4-on-4, then it's 5. Why not just have like both like members come in at the same time? 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3. This is two teams trying to show that they are better than the other team. So why does one team get an advantage? If they beat them, doesn't the team that lose just say, yeah, but you wouldn't have done that if you hadn't had that advantage? Surely this is like the blow-off match. This is the match to try and show that you are the better team. So why are you having an advantage? 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4. That's the way I would do it. I actually don't know I can't remember if that's how they do it now I've said that. They might do that for Blood and Guts. They don't do that for War Games. But they might do that for Blood and Guts. But I know they just said there the match doesn't start till everyone's in the ring. But if it is that way, I think that's a better way of doing it. I think it's a much better way of doing it. Right, we've got Jericho Appreciation Society in the ring. We are in the second hour, and we will be up and running. This is going to have a lot of time. This is which is good, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they've got planned. As I said, this match last year was fantastic, really good. The ending let it down for me. I think it let it down for quite a few people. This year, in front of a live crowd, you know, they're not going to be able to do that spot where they go off the top through a crash mat. There's no room. So they could go off the top through a commentary table. The old Mick Foley spot, but I don't think we need that. Right? We don't need that. Let's just have a hell of a match in the ring. That's what I'm hoping for. Blood and guts. But I went off on a guy saying wrestling is fake and for kids. I went off promo style, says Freddie. Long Beach Hippie, that is common sense. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you. Blood and Guts is using War Games. If you haven't, Daze, give love. Crazy Cheat, shout out to you. James said, if Danielson wasn't injured, do you think we would have got Claudio at all, or just at a later date? Yeah, at a later date. I think as soon as he was released, I think that Tony would have wanted him. I think Claudio, anyone that was kind of around in that kind of Ring of Honor 2000s, I've got a feeling Tony was really into that. So, Samoa Joe, Bryan Danielson, CM Punk, Claudio, Eddie Kingston, they're kind of all, from the same class, cut from the same cloth. I think he always would have been on Tony's wish list. I think there was always a sexy hug coming Claudio's way. But, maybe he wouldn't have made it in so soon, or made it in for Forbidden Door. That is a great Eddie Kingston. I don't know how long that T-shirt's been around for, but that is a great Eddie Kingston T-shirt. It just says Eddie Kingston, and then it's got the image of him from, I think it's the Anarchy in the Arena match. Ortiz with a completely shaved head as well. Face paint. Santana climbing up the side. He's got a barbed wire baseball bat on the back of his jacket. It says Born Nasty. Here is Claudio. Claudio coming out with Wheeler Yuta and William Regal. So Claudio and Wheeler Yuta come out with William Regal. We know that Moxley will come through the crowds. Available for 1 week only. Claudio card from Upper Deck. So Claudio and Wheeler Yuta making their way down. Ortiz looked great with the shaved head. He looked really good. Shaved head, face paint all over. He was looking really good. So Santana Ortiz looking great. John Moxley. Here's John Moxley. Moxley with the interim AEW Championship over his shoulder. And he's got his Blackpool Combat Club shirt on. Jericho is having a look, seeing if he can see where Moxley is. Claudio is the man. Here's Moxley. In the crowd. With that AEW Championship over his shoulder. It's taken a while here. He went down the one way. He's kind of backtracked and now he's going down the side. He's trying to get over the barricades. A few people in his way. He jumps over. You need to brush up on your territories. War games should be submit or surrender. Yeah, I agree with that. Man advantage has been done for the heels to cheat against babyfaces. Seems simple to me. Yeah, but I don't agree with it. Completely disagree with it. I don't think that, you know, this should be about two teams proving that they're the best. So why does one team have that advantage? I mean, saying that they have the advantage so that the heel team can cheat and beat over the face team, I just don't think we need that. That's not something that's of value to me. That's something which, you know, got done back in the day and, you know, still continues to get done now, but I don't think we need it. I think that what would be better is if we had it even, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3. Who's the best team? There's lots of other ways that the heels can cheat. There's lots of other ways that the heels can, you know, find ways of getting advantages. You know, they could bring in handcuffs, handcuff them to the side of the cage. You know, that will give them a man's advantage. It could give them two-person advantage if they handcuff a couple of people to the side of the cage. Like, there's other creative ways that you can gain an advantage. Doing this kind of same thing time after time after time is boring to me. It's dull to me. I think we can book it a lot better. Surely we need evolution. This thing should, you know, continue to evolve. I think it's disappointing that we just continue to do the same thing because that's how it's done. Uppercuts by Claudio. Claudio starting us off against Sammy. Sammy is getting a lesson, kayfabe and otherwise. Doppelganger says 6 out of 10, but this match could make it an 8 or a 9. Who won out of Max Caster Gun Club versus Danhausen and 2 other people? Who won out of Max Caster Gun Club versus Danhausen, 2 other people? It was Danhausen and FTR that got the victory. Think about it. When it comes to starting a match, should the Royal Rumble be finished when one guy is left alone in the ring before the contestants have entered? That's my stance. No, but this isn't a Royal Rumble, is it? So a Royal Rumble, the whole thing with that is that if you draw number 1, that is a disadvantage, and it's a draw. So if you draw number 1, then, you know, that's bad luck, basically. If you draw 2, then that's bad luck. I mean, if you're going to have to survive, you're going to have to survive like an hour and do, you know, what Ric Flair did, what Shawn Michaels did. They've shown that it is possible. But, you know, that's the name of the game. You can't win it until everyone's been in it. And everyone knows that going into the Royal Rumble. With War Games, there's no need for them to do it this way. There's no need for one team to have an advantage. There's no need for that. I mean, if you say, well, there's no need to, like, have someone come out at number 1 and whatever, well, then that's just a battle royal, isn't it? If you change how the Royal Rumble works with people coming down, you're just then changing it to a battle royal. You can't have a Royal Rumble if you change the rules. You can still have Blood and Guts if you make a change to those rules. So if you change the rules to what I'm saying, you can still do Blood and Guts. If you change the rules for a Royal Rumble, you don't have a Royal Rumble. So it's a bad comparison. Claudio is down. Sammy in control. Primo said if this match is going 1 hour, is basically Tony Khan putting his cards on the table to pop $1 million because people stay tuned for the whole hour. Yeah. I think that this is what people have tuned in for. Blood and Guts is the match that people want to see. I think that with entrances and commercial breaks and all of that, I think it going an hour was probably always on the cards. I didn't know if they would start it at an hour or if they'd start it, say, 10 minutes in. But, yeah, it's pretty much what with the entrances and everything, we are up and running. So, Claudio is in there with 2 members of the Jericho Appreciation Society. Don't have to put in predictions. This Friday on the network, the Bone Street crew will be on a special episode of Table for 3. It went an hour last time, says Matt. Sammy and Claudio in the ring, yes, and one of I can't see who it is actually. Knee strike by Sammy. Is it Garcia that's got the headwear on? I think it is. So, Jericho Appreciation Society in control. Suplex by Jericho Appreciation Society. Strike coming in. They go over by the ropes, trying to get Claudio over the other side. Double back elbow. Claudio goes down. Pace of this is going to be slow at the start, but it will obviously build as more people come in. Do you think Seth is going to win Money in the Bank and then cash in on Roman? Do I think Seth will win Money in the Bank and cash in on Roman? I think there's a chance of it. I think a lot of people are expecting that to happen at SummerSlam, and then he cashes in at the end of that Last Man Standing match. Claudio trying to get back into this one is going after Garcia. He's turned his back on Sammy Guevara. Sammy Guevara with a double axe handle. Kicks coming into the back of the head by Garcia. Garcia showing off in front of the Blackpool Combat Club. One way you could give the heels the advantage is face turns heel during the match. Yeah, you could do that. The mystery person is the best advert to hardcore fans purchasing a premium live event, says Brent. Mystery person it definitely bumps interest, but it's something that gets a bit overused. We see a lot of like mystery people in wrestling, like who's going to be at Forbidden Door, who's going to be. I think you get mystery people in Rumbles. I think there was mystery people in Elimination Chamber. I mean, pretty much whenever you get to like a big show, there's always like some kind of mystery element to it. It does get used a lot. I mean, it is very effective, but Wheeler Yuta with a German suplex. Wheeler Yuta is in the ring. What if the mystery person at Money in the Bank is Gable Steveson? Would be a good way to debut. Thoughts? I don't mind it, but I mean, I'm not expecting him to win it. I mean, if he's in it and he doesn't win it, does that reflect badly on him? I mean, I suppose it could set up one of his first feuds. So if he goes in and like he's like, I don't know, gets about to win and then Amos costs him and it sets him up against Amos or something, then I suppose that you could get that out of it. But yeah, I wouldn't expect him to win it. I think I'd probably keep him out of it, to be honest. I think I would keep him out of it because I think I feel like you need to introduce him to people. Having a guy in there that people just don't really know in the ring, I think is a bit, I don't know. It's not the way I would do it. I wouldn't have a guy in there that people don't know at like such a big show. I think you need to like do a bit of groundwork first. I don't think we've really done anything. He's only been brought out a couple of times on like certain shows and been introduced by Stephanie. Hager is in there now, so now it's 3-on-2. Claudio and Hager face to face, so this is a callback. We the People. These two obviously have got quite the history. And they're going at it. Big strikes coming in by Hager. Blocked. That one was blocked by Claudio. Claudio driven back against the ropes. Everyone is down. Claudio with nice uppercut off the ropes. European uppercut. Throwing in some kicks to the midsection. Knees coming in. Kicks coming in. The list of Jericho, I agree. Even if he's going to be in WWE. Daze simps for him, though. Who? Who are we talking about? We the People chants, says Corvids. Brenton said, I get there will be blood in the match, but how much is too much? Who doesn't bleed? Or will everyone bleed? Some of it's going to be really hard to control, isn't it? Because I think there should be blood. I think, you've got so much metal around and you've got two teams that hate each other that, are really going to try and get at each other that, this match does deserve blood. I don't think everyone needs to bleed, to be honest. I think that there should be some blood, but some of it's going to be uncontrollable. Some of it with some of the spots like getting chucked into cages, chucked into corners, big slams, chairs, weapons, like, do you know what I mean? I can see people getting busted open for real. So I don't know. I think you probably go in with an idea of maybe some blade spots, because I think the match does need a bit of colour. So you might go into it with some idea of blade spots, but when the adrenaline's going, when the weapons are being used, when so many people around, so many moving parts, there's, you're going to get blood. You're going to get blood, and you're probably going to get more than you bargained for as well. But I would imagine there'll be a couple of moments where they, have a few blade spots so that they can guarantee there'll be some blood. Bulldog onto a chair in the middle of the ring. Seeing Garcia being grated against the cage by Moxley. Moxley is in. Drop toe takedown into a chair. Fork being driven into the head by Moxley. Last year, everyone got colour the hard way. I'm pretty sure MJF just bladed. Daze, are you going to like it if John Cena fights Austin Theory for the title? I wouldn't mind it. I think it's a great match for Theory. I think Theory needs, there we go, some blood already. Blood already by Garcia. He did get grated against the cage, but didn't seem to bust him. So I don't know if it was a bit of a delayed kind of opening or whilst the camera was away, if there was a little... I feel like there was probably a blade job. I don't think the cage did that. Just because after Moxley had done it, we kind of saw his head, and I didn't see any marks, and there was certainly no sign of blood starting or anything. And then we go back, and he's just covered in it. Wheeler Yuta comes crashing down on Sammy Guevara. Do you think Jericho's society outfits make them look sexy, says Jamie? I really like their outfits because, they represent sports entertainment. And I've actually said before, like, they need to up the sports entertainment. Sometimes when they're just on Dynamite, they're just in, like, pretty normal looking clothes. And they don't really represent sports entertainment to me. But I do appreciate that when you get an Anarchy in the Arena match or Blood and Guts, like, their ring gears, they do go, like, they do go full-on 90s boy band. And I do appreciate that. So I think their ring gear is good. I mean, it's not the kind of thing I would personally be wearing, but I think it, it's striking and kind of falls into a sports entertainment kind of bracket. Moxley is chasing after one of these 2.0 members. I still don't know their names. Claudio has managed to grab him. So we've got Blackpool Combat Club in control. It's 3-on-1 here as we've got quite a few members of the Jericho Appreciation Society down. Uppercut again. Moxley is doing a push-up and they're just waiting. All of the Jericho Appreciation Society guys are down. There's 4 of them in there. And these 3 from the Blackpool Combat Club have got the advantage. But Hager starting to fight back. I'm anxiously waiting for Cornette's review of Forbidden Door. Next will be Blood and Guts. It's going to be a crazy week, says Brenton. Michael said, read my last comment. You might like it, but you do have to scroll up. Well, I don't like that part of it. I can tell you that much. William said, I guess if you use liquid smoke, wrapping it around will be fine. I just like doing slime from the facts. Hello, William. Hope you're well. We got Claudio down and Hager with a chair. Wheeler Yuta goes into the corner, drop kick. That was nice. We're just going over to Moxley. He's doing some work in the other ring. There's lots of activity, lots of people doing stuff. Seeing Garcia, blood coming down his face. Nice chair shot to the back. As Claudio goes down, it's Hager that's driving that chair into the throat of Claudio. It's Ortiz that's going to come in next, but the door is being held closed, but he forces his way inside. I really like Ortiz's makeup because it sort of looks like it's like a blood colour on the top of his head. And I really like that. Because when he was shaving his head, he kind of caught his head a little bit with the razor and there was a little bit of blood and whatever. And I don't know if he's done it on purpose, but it sort of looks like where his hair was, he's kind of hacked away at it, and it looks like his head is like blood red. I kind of like that. Nice powerbomb by Ortiz. We've still got half an hour to go with this match. Obviously, not everyone is in there yet, but Garcia was cut open by Mox. He was stabbing him with a fork. They cut away, though, from when we saw that. To be honest, I genuinely wouldn't know if like the fork did it or if he did blades. Like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's really going to be driving that fork into his head. So I think like whilst the camera cut away, there might have been a blade job, but I don't know. Did you ever want to be a wrestler or more commentary? I think Jim Ross said he was drawn to commentary. No, I've never thought about it, to be honest. I mean, when I grew up, it was never an option. I mean, in my town, there was no, to my knowledge, anywhere that was doing pro wrestling. I mean, maybe if I was in a city and, you know, I was seeing, like, you know, wrestling schools or something like this, but to me, when I was growing up, it was incredible that the British Bulldog was in America. I couldn't even figure out how he'd got there. I couldn't figure out how he'd even heard about this wrestling. Because I missed out on the World of Sport. World of Sport wrestling was on TV, and I never got to see that because that was just before my time. So the first time I saw wrestling was when it was on, was when I got shown a videotape of WWE. So, yeah, I couldn't believe that an English person had actually found their way into that world, so that blew my mind. So the idea of me going on and becoming a wrestler, I'm sure I probably, like, thought about it as a kid, but it was never anything that was really an option or was ever given any serious thought to. And, no, nothing for commentary either. I mean, like, in regards to what we do now, I'm literally just a fan, like you guys. It's not like I'm dreamed of being a commentator and this is my dream coming true or anything. Like, I just like to kind of hang out with other wrestling fans, see what they're saying. And obviously, I'm fully aware there's people that aren't watching the show. Maybe they're at work. I get a lot of people get in touch saying, oh, I'm at work or I'm driving and I just want to know what's happening. So I think I'm just aware that there's people out there that aren't watching along. So it just came from that, like, kind of commentating on the matches. Because we could just chat away about anything throughout the whole shows, but it makes sense to kind of commentate on what's happening, talk about what's happening, and focus on that. Because, as I said, there's a lot of people I know that aren't able to watch along for various different reasons. And those people might like to know that the Jericho Appreciation Society are in control. And they're actually mugging Moxley at the moment. There's a chair in there as well. There was some glass that was poured onto the floor. A pile driver was given onto that glass. Haven't got really much of an update about who's bleeding and who's not. And we know that Garcia is. I believe one of the members of 2.0 is. I think even Moxley might have a bit of colour now. He has. Moxley has got some colour. Crowd are chanting, "We want tables." Strikes coming in. Moxley getting up to his feet. What is hanging off Moxley's head? What's hanging off Moxley's head? Something is hanging off his head. I don't know what that is. I don't feel like it's skin. What is it? What is hanging off his head? There's something that's like flapping away over here, and I don't think it's skin. Does anyone know what that is? Moxley was born for colour. Kevin, shout out to you, dude. It's a plaster. It's a band-aid. God, for a moment I was like, I don't think it's skin, but I was really getting concerned that it might have been. The way that it was like flapping over and like what you could see was just like all blood. And I was like, I don't think it is. Because it looked quite thick. So a plaster makes sense. Right, they said we want tables, and a table has been introduced by Santana. Santana is in the ring. So I think I'm right in saying that's all the members of Blackpool Combat Club that are in there now. We're just waiting on Jericho. Jericho is on the outside with Ty Conti. Santana with a suplex. Oh, no, Kingston. They just showed Kingston. Forgot about Kingston. How dare I? How dare I? So, Kingston and Jericho still on the outside. Wheeler Yuta throwing in. That is a lot of blood, man. That is a lot of blood. A lot of blood, I think, by Daniel Garcia. That looks brutal. That's a lot of blood. Uppercut by Claudio. Claudio with a European uppercut. Moxley is... has he got that fork again, or... Moxley with the fork, and then he gets some wood and then drives that into the wound. He's got skewers. He's got skewers in his pocket. There's 25 minutes left. Yes. There's blood everywhere, but where's the guts? Says Almighty Nick. James Chadwick said, make them bleed. This is attempted murder. As someone that lives in the UK, I can relate. I had dreams of being a wrestler. As I got older, the thought of moving and living with visas, I can't imagine the stress Tegan Knox is going through, says Primo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's horrific, isn't it? Like, and the same with the Iconics in a way, but at least they managed to find work with Impact. And now they're doing something else, but they moved their lives from Australia. So, yeah, to move from a different country. I mean, to lose your job like and move state is hard enough, but to move country and then lose your job, I agree, yeah. I don't know what she's doing now, actually. I haven't seen her pop up anywhere, or I have no idea. Ortiz is with a chair, and he's gone right after Jericho. Jericho has entered the match. So Ortiz with a chair. Oh, lovely. Lovely cutter from the top by Sammy. Comes crashing down onto Ortiz. Wheelie Yuta with a nice suplex there. We've got bodies down absolutely everywhere. Ty is having a word with Sammy. Nice, good slam. Oh, Claudio. Wow, look at the strength. Look at the strength. He picks up Hager on his shoulders and then slams him down. I mean, Hager's a big guy. So, to be able to pick him up. Lovely uppercut there by Claudio. Everyone is down apart from Claudio. Jericho with a code breaker. Code breaker by Jericho. Eddie Kingston is desperate to get in there. Jericho standing tall. He's got his arms raised, and Eddie Kingston with a kendo stick. And here's the countdown. Kingston coming in. And the bell sounds, so now the match is underway. Kingston is trying to get past these Jericho Appreciation Society members. There was a couple of guys, I don't know who it was, I think it might have been Garcia or someone, that came towards Kingston, and he just sort of swatted them away. It didn't look brilliant, that bit. It looked really, you know, like how Wardlow just swats away those security guards. Like, Kingston's just swatted a couple away. Thankfully, like, some of the others provided a little bit more resistance. But he does manage to get over to Jericho. And then he's got, like, a bottle. I think it's a bottle of probably gasoline. I'm guessing. I wonder if there will be a fire. I wasn't expecting that, but I wonder if they have got that as something that's planned. Because Eddie coming down with that can of gasoline is quite the iconic moment, quite the iconic look. And he did just show a bottle of something, and I'm guessing it was a little bottle of gasoline. I think he still wants to burn Chris Jericho. Ty is trying to get the bottle through the cage. She's struggling to get it through, but I think they are just about to get it through. Now it's getting stuck. It's got stuck in the cage. Did they not plan that before? Did they not think to get a bottle that would actually fit through the cage? How did it fall out of the cage? I think that she has managed to squeeze it through. So Jericho has got that bottle in the end. We've got a table set up in the ring. Blackpool Combat Club are in control. Chair thrown at the head of Hager. It was rubbing alcohol. That will burn the cuts. Oh, it was alcohol, was it? In my mind, it was like a little bottle of like gasoline. I was thinking it might be like some kind of, I don't know, petrol of some kind. Powerbomb through the table. I think it would be cool if you called a big wrestling match like UFC pay-per-views. The call of the Teixeira fight was fantastic. I call it as I see it. I mean, I think that those UFC fights are so exciting. This has had a bit of a slow build, as so you can't. I mean, like you couldn't call like an hour-long wrestling match like you could one of those UFC fights. With those UFC fights, I mean, the great thing about those is they can end at any time. With this, I mean, I'm sort of sat here thinking, well, this ain't ending for at least 15 more minutes. So it's a completely different animal. We've got Anna, shout out to you. Santana is done. Looks like his knee is gone. They're a man down. They'll have to cover his spots. Santana is done. He's down over the other side. There's loads of people that are down. I mean, you could be right. Anna, shout out to you. We've got the boards being exposed. The ring is being exposed. We've got thumbtacks that are in the ring. One of the Jericho Appreciation Society has just slammed onto the thumbtacks. He's got thumbtacks in his back. Claudio is over against the side of the cage. Knee strike by Sammy. So right now, the ring on the right has got thumbtacks. Wow, we've got one of the members of the Jericho Appreciation Society. I can't even recognize who it is. It's somehow, how did he get out? How did he get out of the cage? He's on the outside and he's caught. And he's like upside down. It's quite the image. It's quite the image. And this match is now getting to, quite the stage. We've got thumbtacks all over the ring in the right. Pretty much everyone is bleeding. We've got one member of the Jericho Appreciation Society on the outside, hanging upside down, trapped by his legs. Moxley goes into the thumbtacks by Jericho. Jericho standing tall. I think he's the only one standing tall. Eddie Kingston is sat in the ring on the left, looking over at Jericho. He's grabbing a load of thumbtacks. And he grates them into the forehead of Jon Moxley. Jericho walking around. Everyone is down. There's even little specks of blood on the camera. Like right now on the camera, you can see like little specks of blood that are on the lens. It's a good point that is by Excalibur. Excalibur just saying that a lot of these guys gave everything just a few days ago at Forbidden Door, so it's not even as if they've come into this match like, well rested. They had a massive pay-per-view, and, Moxley was involved in a hell of a match against Tanahashi. Kick coming in by Jericho. DDT by Moxley into the thumbtacks. So Moxley is down in the thumbtacks. Jericho is over the top of him as Kingston is slowly getting back up to his feet. He's up to his knees. Kingston up to his knees. He's just watching at the moment as Jericho is dragging Moxley around in those thumbtacks. Turns Moxley over. He's got him in the walls of Jericho. Kingston is making his way over to Jericho. Kingston grabbing a handful of tacks, throws them in the face of Jericho. Jericho going over to the other ring. London Askew, shout out to you. I just ordered the MSK figures. Are they still releasing the Nash Carter one? I'm guessing they probably are. But I did wonder if that one might actually get cancelled. So I can't imagine they're going to make as many as they were, because he's not there anymore, is he? So might be worth keeping in the box, that one. But hope you well, London Askew. Shout out to you. Who won out of Ethan Page and Orange Cassidy? It was Orange Cassidy, I believe, got the victory. Fire Extinguisher. What has she got? Ty Conti is opening the door. She's stolen the key. Ty Conti is opening the door. Ruby Soho is coming down. Ruby Soho has grabbed Ty Conti and she's throwing in some strikes. Ruby Soho is... some of these shots don't look great, but... Jericho has left the cage. He's climbing up top. Did we not learn from last year? Jericho is climbing up top, and Eddie Kingston is looking to follow him. Guess how many wrestlers will be announced as injured as a result of this match, says Anna. The reality factor is high. I'm loving it, says Brent. This is awesome, says Erase Your Mind. Right, well, let's see how this goes. We've got Kingston and Jericho on top of the cell. It's a great-looking visual. As Eddie is throwing in some shots to Jericho. Biting at Jericho as well. Jericho goes down to his knees. Is that Sammy that's going up? Sammy's going up. Sammy is climbing up. Everyone in the ring is down. Eddie is pointing to the crowd and he's gesturing that he's going to throw Jericho off the side, but Sammy makes the save. So right now we've got Jericho down, we got Sammy down, we got Eddie down. They should land on JR. He's soft as a pillow, says Unbroken. So we've got these three up above the cage, above the cell. It's a different... am I right in saying this is a different cell cage than what they had last time? The top seems quite tough, quite reinforced. Like, it looks quite safe up there. That looks like quite a hearty platform. There's 4 panels in the center, and I don't know if those panels are different because of how they construct it, or if those panels are... I'm guessing it is just how they construct it. Sammy is driving Eddie's face into the top of this cage. The top of the cage is not like the top of a Hell in a Cell or anything. It's proper reinforced. Like, you can walk around on it and it's totally fine. Nothing's buckling or bending or anything like that. Eddie is gesturing to Sammy that Sammy's going to go flying. Oh, there is a crash mat. So he goes into a crash mat. There's a big crash mat where the timekeeper's area normally is. I mean, it was a big crash mat. I don't know what you want. I don't know. That table was rather convenient. I believe it was a crash mat. It was big. Bigger than the... it was bigger and closer than the timekeeper's table. Crowd enjoyed it, though. This is awesome. William Regal says that he's worried about the competitors. He doesn't want to see this anymore. Eddie is on top of the cage. He's got a big smile on his face. A sick smile as Jericho is on his knees. It leaves just Eddie and Jericho up there. It's good energy from the crowd for this match. Jericho on his knees. Kingston is crawling his way over to Jericho. Jericho and Kingston both on their knees. Forearm strike by Kingston. Forearm strike by Jericho. These two exchanging blows back and forth. But they're quite weak blows, but at this stage they would be. Because these two have been through hell and back, so... A bite by Kingston. We've got around about 8 minutes or so left of the show, but I think we're at the point where the finish could come at really any, probably a couple more minutes, but the finish will come relatively soon. They're probably going to want to show you the carnage, the destruction. So they'll want a few minutes for that. These two are on their feet now, and they're exchanging chops on top of the cage. Big chop coming in by Jericho. Chop coming in by Kingston. Trading chops back and forth. Crowd are wooing away as these strikes come in. You can see all the thumbtacks stuck in the boots of Jericho. Jericho on his knees, crawling over to the side. I think he wants to get back down. I thought he was going to go over to the side. He hasn't. We are over at the edge. Kingston is going over to Jericho. Kingston looking out at the fans. Strike coming in by Kingston, and again. Jericho gets Kingston down. He's going to look to get the walls. He's looking to get the walls on Kingston on top of the cage, and he gets it. Kingston is in the walls on top of the cage. And Claudio is climbing up. Claudio is on his way. Claudio is going to go over. Boot to Jericho. We've got Kingston and Claudio on top of the cage right now. Jericho is down. We do have another member of the Jericho Appreciation Society making their way up, though. That's awesome. Top of the cage swing, says Quinn. Well, he's teasing it. He's teasing it. There we go. And he swings Jericho around. Top of the cage. He puts him down. He looks to get the sharpshooter applied, but gets attacked from behind. Right now, we've got two members of the Jericho Appreciation Society, two members of Blackpool Combat Club, both on the top of the cage. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Eddie Kingston has got a submission hold. Kingston's got a submission hold on Jericho, and Claudio has got the sharpshooter applied as well. Oh, and there we go. It's over. The one that was, I don't know who it is, but the one that was in the sharpshooter taps to Claudio. Claudio has managed to get the win for the Blackpool Combat Club. Eddie Kingston is a bit upset. He wanted to get the win here. Kingston is frustrated with Claudio. Claudio celebrating that he got the win for the Blackpool Combat Club. Eddie Kingston wanted Jericho to submit. So this seems like it's going to be a story that's going to come out of it. Claudio celebrating with the fans on top of the cage. He's running around the top of the cage celebrating. Eddie Kingston certainly doesn't look like he's just won a match. He looks quite down, quite disappointed. No blood from Claudio. Jeremy said Santana did tear his knee up when he entered the ring. Claudio offering his hand to Kingston. Kingston saying he can get up on his own. There's Ortiz. Ortiz is up there. Santana. No sign of Santana. Wheeler Yuta is up there. William Regal said thank you and good night. We are victorious. Moxley is trying to get up there. Claudio is offering his hand to Moxley. Moxley's not taking it. Claudio's offering help to everyone and no one wants it. No one wants Claudio's help. So we've got Claudio is helping Eddie up. Claudio helps Eddie up. Still no sign of Santana. I don't think Santana's going to get up there, to be honest. Okay, so we've got all of them on the top, apart from Santana. And Blackpool Combat Club put their arms in the air. Put your votes in. We're going to do something different tonight. We're not looking on what you thought about AEW. I'm more interested in what you thought about that match. I'm not worried about the show, right? Because who cares? It's all about Blood and Guts. What did you think about Blood and Guts? How did you score Blood and Guts? Do you think it's a 5-star match? Do you think it's a 4.5 or 4.75? Do you think it's like a 4 to a 4.25? Or maybe you think it's like 3.75 or below? What did you think of the Blood and Guts match? Not Dynamite, not the show, just the match. It fades to black. That's it for the show. So that was Blood and Guts. What did you think about it? Get in your votes. Brenton said Tony announced the 20-man Battle Royal. Number 1 contender to face Moxley will be on Rampage, a 2-ring Battle Royal. We've got some of that sweet bonus footage right now. And we're just seeing Blackpool Combat Club on top of the cage. And, yeah, there's not really anything much happening there. 4.25 for me. 4.25. For what the match is, I liked it. 4 stars. I'm not normally a fan of that type of thing. Jilly said 4.5. Very few matches make the 5 stars. Heather said 4.75. JR said Cesaro, says Kevin. 4 is fair. Looks like it's not the finish that Eddie wanted. Santana got injured. Mitchell said, I'm sorry, I don't know if he is Santana or Ortiz. I never know which is which, but one got hurt. Was that real? Yeah, Anna mentioned it earlier as well. I mean, I must admit, I didn't notice him get injured. I mean, like, everyone was getting, like, beaten up and everyone was lying down, so Santana was not able to join the others on top of the cell at the end. So, yes, I think Santana suffered a legit injury, yes. Because if he was just selling the effects of the match, he still would have got up there to have celebrated with them at the end. Ortiz got up there. Ortiz is the one that had his head shaved, and he got up there. Wheeler Yuta, Kingston, Moxley, Claudio, Ortiz, they all climbed the cage and celebrated. Santana didn't, so I think Santana did get legit injured. Claudio looks out to the crowd and gives the double barrel. And there's a big cheer from the fans. The match at Double or Nothing was 5. Michael said, what if they did Blood and Guts like Impact does Lethal Lockdown? Only thing same is where wrestlers come in. One cage, weapons, everyone comes in. I've never seen Lethal Lockdown, so I can't comment. I don't or haven't watched TNA or Impact, so I can't comment. I don't know. If you think it would work, then cool. That'll be one for people to think about, though, that have watched Impact and TNA, if they think that would be a good way of doing it. Do you think Soho will join Combat Club? I think there's a chance of it. I mean, someone's going to have to deal with Ty Conti, and it seems like it's going to be Ruby Soho that's going to be that person. So I don't know if she'll be a long-term member, but I could see her being an honorary member. Or is this it? I mean, Blood and Guts is meant to be the blow-off, really. I mean, there's not anything you can do. You've had Anarchy in the arena. You've had Blood and Guts. Short of doing a stadium stampede, I don't think there are any other matches that you can really do. So, unless they come up with, something else that we've not seen, I think this could be the end of this feud. So, my answer would be, if this feud's going to continue, then yes, I think she could become an honorary member, but it's probably just as likely that this feud ends here, and so it might just turn out to be Ty versus Ruby Soho. James says, no, keep Lethal Lockdown just for Impact. Daniel said, it looks like he tore his ACL. Sean Rossap said he was taken out of the cage and helped to the back. Claudio sold that ending. Eddie looked angry and it made it unsatisfactory. Brenton said, I voted 4.25, but after thinking, I think it's a bit less as we talk back and forth. I am old school. Vape Ross Vape gifted Wrestling Daze 5 members. What the hell's that? What's that? I don't even know what that is. I appreciate that, Vape Ross Vape. That must be something new. I've never seen that before. So, Vape Ross Vape, you are officially the first person to ever do that. And I don't even know what you've done. But it feels like something kind. So, I appreciate the support, my friend. I appreciate the support, and whatever you've just done, thank you for that. Do I get like a knock at the door or something? Like, what have you sent me? You've gifted me something? It's not like going to be strippers, is it? Because that's going to be hard to explain. Although, it might be worth the risk. I don't know. I don't know what you've gifted me, but I appreciate it. Vape Ross Vape, shout out to you. I am saying same format, but they could keep it as Blood and Guts. Larry said 4.75. It hurts seeing Sammy hurt like that. Junior said Ruby Soho, not Blackpool Combat Club. She is cool on her own. Eddie Kingston. Not sure, so don't quote me on this, but I think the Swiss man hit around 20 to 25. I thought you could only do that on Twitch. You can, something to do with bits on Twitch, isn't it? I've never seen that. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is, but we will always remember that Vape Ross Vape was the first to show us these new things on YouTube that we didn't even know existed. Vape Ross Vape says you are welcome. It's very kind, dude. Appreciate it. He gave you 5 memberships to the channel. It's very nice, says Lauren. Oh, I've no doubt. Vape Ross Vape's a very nice person, so I've no doubt that it was a positive thing. They should allow you to do negative things as well. That could be fun. So, like, as much like as people like are really kind, sending in like memberships, donations, you should be able to take them away as well. Imagine that. Imagine Tom gives -$5. Tom takes away 5 memberships. God, man, that'd get abused hard. That'd be abused hard. I mean, it's the worst idea I've ever had. Literally the worst idea I've ever had. How many swings did Claudio do on top? Oh, I didn't count. It was a fair few. I mean, more than 8, I would say. But I couldn't give you an exact number. If you had to choose, do you prefer sports entertainment or pro wrestling? I think there's a place for both, to be honest. I think I am probably a fan of both. The thing is that I feel that both can go too far. So with wrestling, you could have it where it's long and dull and holds, and it could lack some excitement. So like I feel that like wrestling, if you think about like wrestling and how wrestling evolved and everything, like it was like that. It was boring, and there were 4-hour matches. Like that's where we've been. And so they found ways of making it more engaging, and you could make an argument that if you don't have 2 people holding on to each other, trying to just find a way of getting the other person down, trying to find a way of putting on different wrist locks and things like this for over the space of 4 hours, you could make the argument that anything that brings in more entertainment than that is sports entertainment. Because if you actually went back to what wrestling was, when it was 2 people grappling, trying to, get the advantage over the other, I think even what AEW does, I mean, AEW, without a shadow of a doubt, leans heavily into sports entertainment. I think if you was to get to pro wrestling and really look at like pro wrestling for and try and get it in its in a pure form, I don't even think we're very close to it with AEW. I think that AEW to me is sort of a different flavor of sports entertainment that does try to focus more on in-ring. I will give it that, definitely. It tries to give you focus more on the matches. The matches matter more. But, I mean, listen, you still get brawls. You still get lights out moments. You still get people being chucked off the top of cages like we've just seen. You still get, so much stuff. I mean, stadium stampedes, mimosa matches, Danhausen. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. There's plenty of sports entertainment in AEW, and I'm not even saying that as a bad thing. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I think pro wrestling in its purest form, I think, could be stodgy, and it could be not the easiest product to watch. I think that you're always going to have to put rules and things in place to make it more engaging, make it more palatable, and I think that you're going to have to rein it in. Same with sports entertainment. You could go into some really stupid stuff. If you just do loads of stupid stuff that just doesn't really make sense, just you've got wizards, you've got dragons, you've got flipping, I don't know, whatever, kids running around having matches. I mean, literally, you could do anything with sports entertainment. With sports entertainment, the reins are off, the gloves are off, you do whatever you want, and it could get stupid, and nothing could end up mattering. Do you know what I mean? If you can do anything and you do anything, you could just end up with all of it feeling like, well, nothing matters, nothing's got consequence. Do you know what I mean? That's always been my problem with the supernatural stuff, is that, well, how am I meant to believe that someone that's got supernatural powers is going to be beaten by a human? And how am I meant to believe that a human would even want to have a fight with someone with supernatural powers? Like, why would they not call the police? Why would they not call the army? Why would we not be shutting the show down whilst we do experiments on this being? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, for me, I just can't go to those lengths. So for me, like, you could go crazy with sports entertainment, and it could go too far, and it could just, nothing could matter, and it could all be pointless. Or you could go the other way with pro wrestling, that could be stodgy and really boring and really dull. I think we're all largely in agreement. I don't think there's too many people that want things that just don't matter and are just, do you know what I mean? Like, wacky for the sake of being wacky, and there's no consequences, and it's like, now we're going to do this, now we're going to do that, now we're going to do this. Like, it's just all pointless. Like, I don't think anyone wants that. But equally, I don't think people want things to be so realistic that it becomes stodgy and dull and boring, and you go too far in that direction. So I think largely on that scale, we all are going to fall largely in the middle, or, maybe some people are closer towards going to pro wrestling. Maybe some people are closer towards going to sports entertainment. But I don't think there's many people, if any people, that are like, bang, right down that end of the scale, and bang, right down that end of the scale. I don't know there's too many people in the world going, man, I wish there was no time limits, and I wish these people would just, like, proper wrestle. Like, literally just go in there and wrestle and try and get the advantage over their opponent. And, do you know what I mean? I don't need drop kicks, because that's sports entertainment. What the flip's a drop kick? What's a drop kick? So, do you know what I mean? Like, the drop kicks were brought in to make wrestling more fun and visually more appealing. So, this isn't part of, like, pro wrestling history. To my knowledge, Frank Gotch wasn't drop kicking George Hackenschmidt, whereas if you go back to the early 1900s. So it's like, these things, these little elements that you just take for granted, have all been brought in over the years to make it a more appealing, more sports entertainment product. But it's just, where on that scale do you fall? So I don't think, I know that's quite a long answer. My answer is, I don't think it's as easy as saying, do you want sports entertainment or do you want professional wrestling? Because I think there's a lot of crossover. I think it's not as simple as that. I think there's a lot of, blurred lines. I think that if you actually go back through the history, where we are now is quite sports entertainment if you compare to where we've been. And I think that, we're going to continue seeing wrestling evolve. And I think that internet is massively playing a part. Social media is massively playing a part. I think things like Sammy being thrown off the cage, You know, it's a way to pop the crowds, but it's also a great little moment that can now be shared on social media, and that'll be, you know, something that gets shown. Like, oh, did you see this? And for those that didn't watch, oh man, look at this. And that's why those spots are put into the shows. I didn't need that spot because I thought it looked stupid. I thought that he got thrown off on top of what quite clearly looked to be a crash mat. I mean, to me, that's going too far into sports entertainment. It's not needed. It didn't add to the thing for me. But it works for the crowds, because the crowd go, oh, this is awesome, all that kind of stuff. So it works for the crowds. They know their audience, and it worked for them, and it's going to play on social media. So you can totally see why they did it, but I wouldn't have had that. I actually, you know, just to try and bring it back to Blood and Guts, I think that this is probably around like a 4 to 4.25 for me. I think that it's good. It's really good. There's blood. There's lots of moments. I like seeing them like ripping up the ring. I like some of the imagery. It feels like, you know, quite realistic. There's definitely moments in the match where I'm like, didn't need that. Like just bits really where I'm like, didn't need that. The whole thing is way too long as well. Doesn't need to be so long. Does kind of bring me back to what I'm saying earlier about how I'd have people coming in at the same time. That would actually cut the time down. But again, why is it done that way? It's done that way for TV because they want you to watch the show as long as possible. There's so many things that are done not for the benefit of the match, but they're done for the benefit of, let's try and stretch this out for as long as possible. If you have one person coming in, there's a few things that you can get out of that. One of them is like, you know, if the heels have got the advantage, the babyface can have that big moment like Eddie Kingston did when he came in. I do understand that, but there's other ways of achieving that. You don't need this formula in order to get that. But one of the bigger ways is that it can actually stretch the match out. I mean, think about the fact that that match didn't start until God knows how far we were into it. I mean, it wasn't until everyone was in, until Eddie Kingston comes in, the match officially starts. So it's like, it's a great way of stretching out the match and stretching out the time. And actually, I think it, and this is my same criticism with War Games, I think it's too long. I think you sit through a lot of stuff which ultimately proves to be irrelevant, because by the time everyone's in the ring, both teams are going to have advantages. Both teams are going to have moments where they're winning. And so, you know, I'm really torn on it all. I'm really torn. I think the formula of it, you know, needs evolving for me. And I also think that it doesn't like work to its advantage. It actually like makes it go too long. And I think like it kind of you could easily have shaved about 15 minutes or so off it. I just saw a super chat from Mitchell, so I was a bit distracted. But yeah, you could easily shave like 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes off that match. And I think it would have been better for it, to be honest. I think it would have been better for it. But saying that, there's not much in there that I think is rubbish or like drastically bringing the score down. I think there's a lot of like brutal stuff. I'd probably settle on a 4.25. To be honest, I think if I'm going to score it, I'll probably settle on a 4.25. That feels about fair. It feels about fair. I'm probably going to settle on that for the match. But I'm really interested to see what you lot are voting for. I'm sure there's going to be loads of people out there that just go, boom, 5. I have no doubt about that. Because it's not often that you see something that brutal, that bloody, that, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, it does feel different to anything else that you tend to watch. So, for that reason, it's going to resonate. It's going to hit a little different. It's going to resonate a bit more. And it's had a lot of imagery. You know, I'm thinking about that one Jericho Appreciation Society guy that was hanging upside down outside the cage. It looked like he'd been assaulted in like a town or a village, and he was like being hung out to kind of like make a statement. and he was like, do you know what I mean? Just like hanging there. Just, you couldn't even make out who it was. Face was covered in blood. Couldn't even make out who it was. It was just dangling lifeless. And it was like going back to the medieval days, that someone that had been caught robbing had been beaten up and then like hung out for everyone to see, and he's been made been made a scapegoat, been made a symbol of like, don't rob, otherwise this will be you, and it had that kind of imagery to me, and I that kind of hit, and I was like, man, it's heavy. It was really heavy. It looked quite violent. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the imagery was quite out there. I mean, I really don't know how like the network feels about some of this, because some of this it's brutal. It's out there. I mean, this goes way further than anything you would see like from WWE. So I said before, like, what I'd be looking for is, like, realism, and I think that they definitely achieved that. I think there were some moments that, I don't know, it's those moments where everyone's kind of lying down whilst people get their certain spots in. But there wasn't really loads of, like, big multi-person spots. I'm really pleased there was no spots where someone, like, jumps on top of a load of people that are waiting. You know, those kind of moments. Someone could have got out of the cage whilst everyone else was standing underneath, and then they cross-bodied onto them or something. I hate that spot. That spot where someone jumps on a load of people that are standing and waiting. I hate it. Just looks so phony and fake to me. If I could get rid of something from wrestling, that would be one of them. And like modern wrestling. But there wasn't really anything like that. It was just, like, I didn't really need Jericho dragging Moxley around in the thumbtacks. Because I don't really feel like that's, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't feel that bad to me. That doesn't seem like something that's that violent. Is, you know, Moxley, who's this, you know, badass, don't want to get on the wrong side of him, is sort of allowing Jericho to drag him around some thumbtacks. I did look at that and think, don't need that. Don't need that bit. I don't mind the thumbtacks being in. I think some of the spots on them were quite brutal. But then, you know, watching Jericho drag Moxley around in him, I was like, didn't need this. Could have cut this out. They were up top for a long time. I think that when they go up top, that whole segment of them being on the top of the cage could have been a lot shorter. It did feel like they would... I think there was a few spots they wanted to get in, to be honest. I think they wanted the swing up there. They needed to do the Sammy spot up there. I think they wanted Kingston and Jericho like head-to-head up there as well. So I just feel like there's a few things that they wanted to get to, but they just didn't quite... I don't know, it seemed to take a little bit of time. And the match itself as well was just a little bit long. So these are the reasons why I wouldn't be giving it like 5 stars. But... I would settle on like 4.25. I really enjoy Blood and Guts, and I did find myself getting lost in this one as well. And that's what I said at the start. I really hope that's what happens. I really hope that I do get lost in it, because that's what I'm looking to do. And I did find myself getting lost in it at times. Bit slow at the start, but that is absolutely fine. I never have a problem with matches starting slow, because you know that the pace will quicken, and a pace change is really important, because you can't just, you know, matches that go a million miles an hour from start to finish, really, you know, that's not my kind of thing. But it was slow at the start. They built it up. As more people came in, it started getting a bit quicker and whatever, and that was absolutely fine, as I said. So there was some nice stuff that was in there. Kingston, I thought, looked good. Danny Garcia, I don't know if he was meant to get busted open that much, but it looked brutal. The glass, I don't know that I needed the Moxley stuff. You know, where Moxley was like stabbing people with forks and then putting those skewers into their heads. Like, I don't think I needed that. I sort of feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't need that. But there'll be some people out there that enjoyed that. I mean, we are straying into the hardcore stuff there, and like the bits of glass that are in the ring as well, and like all this kind of stuff. But I suppose that's part and parcel of it, isn't it? When it comes to like something like Blood and Guts, you have to expect those kind of things to be in this match. But no, I thought it was done well. I feel like I enjoyed, and maybe it was because it was the first one, but I feel like I enjoyed last year's more, but the finish ruined it more. So I feel like this one, I will probably look back on maybe with, I might look back on this a bit fonder than the one last year, but I think the one last year probably had a bigger impact because it was the first Blood and Guts that we had seen, and I think it probably carried a bit more impact as a result. It's always harder, isn't it, to try and follow up. Like, the first one's always going to have like an impact. But I thought they did well. Mitchell said, I'm going to have to negatively take away any support of the community that they've got for the New Orleans Saints. As an Atlanta Falcon fan in the NFL, I need this community to support them. They are the better team. Are they? I don't know what's happening. Are they facing each other at the moment or something? I don't know what's happening. New Orleans Saints and the Atlanta Falcons. So there we go. We are now all Atlanta Falcons stands for Mitchell. Appreciate the support, Mitchell. As always, my friend. And there you go. We'll get him. We'll knock him in line, mate. We'll knock him in line. We'll get them all to be Atlanta fans. Mitchell also said, I negatively take away Elrod's brother status. Yeah, I think that's Monday, is it, that we're going to get that match now. We was meant to get Kevin Owens against Ezekiel Elias or Elrod. I don't know why. Kevin Owens did go on Twitter and say, I just didn't want to go to Texas, deal with it, type thing. So he was quite clear about the fact that he just didn't want to go to be in Texas. But that's, clearly not going to be true. It's probably like, I don't know, some travel issues, or hopefully there was nothing, serious, no family issue or anything. But yeah, either way, I'm sure we'll get it next week instead. But Mitchell, really appreciate the support, dudes. Really appreciate the support. I want to just make sure that I've not missed any others. Mitchell, super kind as always. And Fate Ross Fate must be said earlier. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us tonight. We are going to wrap it up. I just want to get people's final thoughts. See what people are saying. James said they should have used a pizza cutter instead. Anna, shout out to you. I'm going to go off to Daisy's house tomorrow and drag him around some thumbtacks and see if that'll be painful. To be honest, I stand by it, though. I think that getting slammed into them, I get that. I get if you're, slammed into them, but then, seeing Moxley just lie there and just sort of having his legs grabbed and then being, dragged, I don't know, the visual of it just made me go, I don't know, man, this looks silly. Of all the things that they've done with, do you know what I mean, people being busted open, seeing Jericho just sort of drag Moxley around by his feet, I was like, yeah, I could do without that. But I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I don't think there was really that much here that I was not enjoying, if you know what I mean. It was definitely didn't need the Sammy thing. Didn't need that, and I think it was a bit long. Those are my bigger issues. But no, I thought it was good. I'm positive on it. Michael said, I don't know if you heard what Eddie said to Claudio, but he said that he did something to his back and couldn't get up. But he didn't say he got up. If he did, maybe he didn't want Claudio to help him. He did get up, and he did have Claudio help him in the end. I actually think there probably is something wrong with his back. I think that, he might have needed someone to help him up. Maybe his back was gone and he needed someone. So if he didn't, because he's been talking about how he hates Claudio, and he was upset at the end of the match because he wanted to get the win. And I think this is all part of the storyline. I don't think this is like a botched finish or anything. I think that the finish is that they both have submission holds at the same time. It's Claudio that gets it, and it's Kingston that's upset by that because he wanted to get the win and wanted Jericho to be the one to tap. So I think that's the story, and I think that it will play out, over the coming weeks and months and whatever, or we'll refer back to it at some point. And I think that's, fine. That's pretty good. I think these two will feud at some point. But I think that at the end, to see him being helped up by Claudio, it was a little strange. I know they were on the same team, but he's been very vocal about how he hates him. And then the match ends with Claudio getting the submission win. So I think I'm right in saying that he did help him up, and it looked a little bit strange. So I would imagine that the reason that happened was probably because he was genuinely hurt, and probably did genuinely need some help to get up. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the fallout is. We're not all Atlanta fans. Let's go Saints. That's the bottom line, says Brenton, the internationally recognized superstar. Primo said, do you think casual WWE fans and Lapse fans are unaware that AEW exists? Because surely people know there's a major company outside of WWE. I don't know, I mean, if you're a kid and you watch WWE, you will likely be aware of AEW, but it's not WWE. So you're just not gonna. I mean, I can only put it back to when I was young. When I was young, I was into WWF. And I was aware of WCW, and WCW was also on TV. And if I was around my grandma's house on a Saturday or a Sunday, like not at school, so we'd go around and see my grandma, we'd see my nan and granddad. So I went round at like my grandma's house, and she was quite old, and so she would be in the front room chatting to my mom. I'd be in the back room, which was like the living room, with the TV on. And so I was kind of largely on my own. But I was having a great time watching TV, eating sandwiches, having some tea, whatever. And, you'd flick through the channels. I remember seeing things like Thunder in Paradise, Knight Rider, A-Team. Those are the kind of shows that were on at the time. They might have been reruns, but those were the shows that were being shown. But I remember that I would see WCW from time to time, and I'd keep it on. But I wasn't bothered by it. Do you know what? It wasn't WWE. And so I was aware of it, but I wasn't interested by it. There was nothing there that was interesting me. I thought Sting looked cool, though. I remember seeing Sting once, and he caught my attention. So what I would say is, I reckon that I think there probably is a knowledge by casual fans. There'll definitely be some casual fans that don't know of AEW. But I think that there'll be a good chunk of them that do. But the bottom line is, it's just a different promotion. And they're not, they've got what they want. So they're not really that bothered by checking out AEW, or not really bothered. And I can only relate it to how I was with WCW. I was a WWF fan. I loved the Warrior. I loved the Bulldog. I loved Brett. I loved Shawn. And then here's this other promotion that's got a load of people in that I don't know. And, I mean, if I'd have watched more of it, I would have known, because obviously they had a good chunk of ex-WWE stars. But the bits that I was watching, there was people that I didn't know. And it just wasn't on my radar. I never, ever felt the urge to, oh, when's this on? Oh, like, find out more about it. I mean, again, it's different because now if I wanted to find out more about it, I'd just go on my phone. I'd just go on the internet. I could just Google search it. Back then, it wasn't as easy as that. Back then, you know, you'd have to have done a bit of work, asked around, kind of, you know, asked some friends or, like, tried to figure out when you were a kid, what's WCW? To me, it was a different company that had different wrestlers, and I just wasn't bothered by it. And I'd imagine there's a lot of people that feel that way, that it's a different company with different wrestlers that doesn't have Becky, Roman, AJ Styles. It doesn't have those names. It doesn't have the people that you enjoy watching, so I'm not bothered. But and that seems to be reflected in the ratings, doesn't it? You know, less than 1 million tuning into AEW compared to 1.8, 2.2 for SmackDown and Raw. So we know that there's a good chunk of people that are watching those shows that aren't watching AEW. But yeah, it's a good question, but I think they'll be aware of it. But this is why, like, with Tony bringing in ex-WWE stars, I mean, there's real value to him doing that because, you know, little days, if I'm sat in there and I stumble across AEW and, oh my God, there's Bryan Danielson. Oh my God, there's Rusev. Oh my God, there's Ruby Riott. Oh my God, there's whoever. Do you know what I mean? Like, Cesaro. Like, these might be names that resonate with me. Eddie Kingston won't. I ain't gonna know Eddie Kingston, am I? Eddie Kingston won't. Thunder Rosa won't. Maybe the Bucks won't. Maybe Omega won't. You know, maybe CM Punk won't. If I'm a kid that's only recently got into wrestling, like past few years, 3, 4, 5 years even, I might not even know who CM Punk is. But I'll know who Cesaro is, and I'll know who Daniel Bryan is, Bryan Danielson, and I'll know who Ruby Riott is. So, I mean, this argument about them bringing in too many WWE guys, I do get it. I do understand. But I do think there's a counter-argument of, well, they are some of the best people that are available, and they're some of the best people that are on the market at the moment. If you look at the landscape as to who's out there, who's available, you could be bringing people in from indies, but I think they do that, and they look at them on Dark and Elevation. If they're any good, they'll make their way to Dynamite. But if you've got someone like Cesaro that's available, or Keith Lee, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a no-brainer. I'm surprised they haven't gone and got Karrion Kross, to be honest. Because he's another one that you could see coming in. Him and Scarlett was a great package. So you'd think that, there's other people out there. You know, Mia Yim, I always thought was a great talent. I think she ended up going to, like, Impact and whatnot. And I think, like, someone told me Karrion had gone somewhere as well. But you'd have to think that if AEW wanted them, that AEW would be the priority destination outside of WWE. But, I understand the ex-WWE argument, but I just think for younger people that, need convincing to give AEW a chance, that aren't going to care about the Bucks, aren't going to care about Hangman Page, aren't going to care about Orange Cassidy, aren't going to care about... I mean, they'll get into Orange Cassidy, but you'll only get into him if you start watching the show. And you need a reason to watch the show. And that's either going to be that you are a curious person that gives them a chance, or you hear that, you was into Daniel Bryan and now he's in AEW. Or you was into maybe Jericho, or you was into Ruby Riott, or you was into Rusev, or whoever, Certainly, if they get Bray, I mean, you can see how big of a deal Bray would be. If they got Wyndham, it would be huge. It would be absolutely huge if they got Wyndham, because just think of how many kids loved and resonated with The Fiend and the Funhouse and all of that stuff. If he popped up in AEW, I think that would be a needle mover. I really do. I think that would be a needle mover. I'm not saying that it would move it permanently, and I'm certainly not saying it would get it to Raw levels, But I think what it would do is, I think you would get it up to, 1.2, 1.3. I think you would maintain above 1 million as well. And then I think over time, as people got used to it, if it wasn't like a really good red hot storyline, then it would settle back down again to the 900,000 mark. But I think that initial him coming in, I think definitely spikes the ratings, and I think it spikes it for a little while as people, not only tune in for his debut, but then look to see how the whatever character he's got evolves and how it reveals itself. And I think that it would, you'd have to get the right story, you'd have to be booked well, you'd want something that would be as interesting and as engaging as what the Funhouse was. And ideally something that could get people talking, because the Funhouse did a great job with Easter eggs and getting people to come up with fan theories, so that way people felt very connected to it, and it played out very well on social media because you could send your thoughts. Oh, did you notice this? Did you see that? I think that this puppet is named this because of, his past. I think this is because of this. I think that sign is reference to this. I think that when he says this, he's actually referring to this poem, or did you hear the way he said that? That's a reference to Waylon Mercy or whatever, right? There was loads and loads and loads of little things in the Funhouse that connected to other things. And I think that allowed fans to feel really involved. And so that played out on social media. And I think if he had a new character that did something similar that allowed fans to feel connected and played out on social media, and he was involved in a good storyline, then I think you would maintain those numbers for a while. I don't know quite how they're going to. I mean, that story would have to catch fire for those numbers to maintain at 1.2, 1.3. That 1.4 for them to get to all-time kind of records. I think that story would have to be told really well. It'd have to be red hot. It would have to be the talk of the town. Everyone would have to be, it would have to be something that really pushed wrestling forward, really caught the imagination. I think in order for AEW to kind of really get the ratings that they're looking for, they've got to come up with something that is going to be going to define this era of wrestling. Because that's what WCW had to do. They had to come up with the NWO. And you can't talk about the 90s without talking about the NWO. That is huge. It kicks off the Attitude Era and everything. So, they had to create that in order to start beating WWE. I feel like for AEW to do that, they're going to have to come up with something similar. And I feel at the moment they're probably putting their eggs in maybe the CM Punk, Daniel Bryan basket. I think they're also putting their eggs in the MJF basket, thinking the MJF story might do it. I don't know that it is, because I think it's already been overshadowed. And this is a really hard time in wrestling, because you can come up with some great stories that might have worked in the past. But as we've seen, the real life dramas overshadow them. So you can come up with that MJF story and it be a great story, and it might have worked in the past, but boom, here's Sasha and Naomi walking out. Do you know what I mean? And then boom, here's Vince McMahon allegations about hush money and stepping down as CEO with Stephanie McMahon coming in. Do you know what I mean? These things then just completely take away from what's being told on TV. And you just never really had that in the past. You had the steroid trial, but that was for me, it wasn't really news. I wasn't hearing about any of that. I think it was a big deal in America, but and it was maybe just a bit before I was getting into wrestling anyway. But it played out in 94, and I really don't remember hearing anything about it. So I think certainly nothing like we're seeing now, where these kind of behind the scenes stories get more attention than the on-screen stories. And I think that hurts, because it's hard, isn't it? How can you book a show to grab attention when the stuff that's happening behind the scenes gets more attention? But maybe this is exactly what they were thinking when they went with the MJF story. Maybe this is exactly the thought process they went down. If stuff behind the scenes is getting more attention than the stuff we're putting on the show, then how about we do a story that blurs the lines between what's real, what's not real, and see if that gains any traction? And maybe that was the whole, point of the MJF thing. So, yeah, oh God, it's so interesting. I feel like these streams, we tend to bookend with some really interesting conversations. Daniel Garcia are perfect examples of two people that were tested on Dark and then both have gone on to main event in Blood and Guts. Yeah, I think that you should continue to do that as well. I mean, you're absolutely right. It shows that there is talent that's out there. And, I don't think that AEW has stopped looking for that talent. I think there's a misconception that they're bringing in WWE guys and only WWE guys. I think that AEW is looking at bringing in the very best that is available. And if they think the very best is an indie talent, they'll bring them in and they'll have a look at them. And they'll look at them on Dark and they'll look at them at Elevation. And then they'll, put them in the show as you've just rightfully said. But if they feel the best talent out there is someone like Cesaro, I personally just can't criticize them for that. I can't criticize them for bringing in someone that is quite obviously going to be one of the best talents that's out there. And to be honest, I don't think anyone's going to criticize them for bringing in Cesaro. But the narrative is definitely out there that there's too many ex-WWE people that are in the company. But all I would say is that I remember when I was a kid, I was not seeing ex-WWF guys when I was tuning into WCW. I think I was seeing a lot of their kind of original, guys that they had at the time. I can't even remember who it was. They may have gone on to go into WWE. It could have been the likes of Booker T. It could have been the likes of Harlem Heat. It could have been Lord Steven Regal. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people that got into WWE, started off in WCW, but I didn't know them. And as a kid, do you know what I mean? I wasn't bothered. You either know them as a kid and give them your time, or, well, I'm going to do something else. So I can understand. I think the WWE people serve a real important purpose. I mean, not only are they amongst the best free agents that are going to be out there, available talent, but they will also resonate with people and will, bring eyes to the product. So it's a very interesting conversation, though. They should never stop looking at the indies, because the indies will always bring great talent through, and there will always be great talent that can come through, and I'm sure they'll unearth more gems. But I think they're continuing to do that. And when they're up and running with Ring of Honor, I mean, God, what can they bring through Ring of Honor? Just think of the talent they'll be able to produce through that. Once that's set up and running, I mean, that is just going to be their own NXT, isn't it? I mean, they've never had that. All they've had is just Elevation and Dark, the Nightmare Factory. Nightmare Factory training people. When they think someone's ready, they have a look at them on Elevation and Dark, and, same with other indie talents from around the country, around the world. And but now they're going to have a promotion that people that they're a bit like, oh, they just need that little bit more. They can put them in Ring of Honor then. Put them in Ring of Honor, build them up. The other good thing as well is that you can actually get the crowd used. And we have seen a little bit of it. Like, I'm thinking Sky Blue. So, like, Sky Blue, I think, has been seen on, like, Dark and Elevation a bit. And when she gets used on Dynamite, there's a good reaction for her. I think she's quite well received. But imagine if she had had some great stories, Ring of Honor title run, all this kind of stuff. You can get those kind of, the Dynamite after All In type show where it's like, oh, the Raw after WrestleMania where you always get an NXT call-up. Well, you'll start getting things like the Dynamite after Double or Nothing where you get, like, Ring of Honor call-ups. And it's like, oh, I hope they bring up Sky Blue, or I hope they bring up whoever. You could start to get that kind of a vibe then, where you're getting your audience really connected to your developmental talent. And when they're ready to get called up, you get a reaction. There's a response. It's sort of like brilliant for Tony, because Tony constantly needs surprises, mystery people, all this kind of stuff. Well, when you've got your own developmental brand, you've got your own conveyor belt of people that can provide surprises and mystery, partners and whatever. Because you can just turn to Ring of Honor. And these people you're not having to spend any extra money. These people are already on the books. They're your future talents. And so, that's going to be a big advantage in the future as well. So I think the future's looking quite bright. I think the future's looking good for AEW. Right, here we go. Let's end this poll. Are you a fan of War Games, Blood and Guts as an annual event, or should it be more spaced out, says Brenton? I personally would go... I wouldn't use it as an annual thing, but I sort of would. I sort of would, and I sort of wouldn't. I wouldn't have it at the same time each year. I'm not a fan of these shows that, again, like War Games. It's time for War Games, and, oh, look at this, it's time for War Games, and so let's have a War Games match. I feel like what you need is you need a feud that needs it. What you need is it's a feud that needs that match, not a match that needs a feud. So you need the two teams going at each other, and then it's like, we've only got one way to pay this off. There's only one way that we can get a winner here, Blood and Guts. And it doesn't matter if it's February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. Just tell the right story, and the end result, if you need it, you've got it. Blood and Guts. And honestly, if that means that we go a year where we don't have the right story and it's not needed, fine. That's fine, right? If there's a year where it happens twice, fine. I haven't got an issue with that either. If we get it in, say, like a February, and we get it in an August or a September, but it just so happens that there's, two factions that need it, then so be it. I wouldn't be as rigid as to say, let's get it every year, or let's have a year off, let's have it every two, or anything like this. I think we just use it when we need it. But we only use it when we need it. It should be a case that you've got two factions, they go at each other, you need to see factions. You can't have every faction war ending in blood and guts. So, you're going to need to see factions going at it and them feuds ending just with normal matches. But those ones that you just can't separate them, that's when you turn to blood and guts. And maybe they've been feuding already for a while, and maybe they've already had a few different kinds of matches. But that's when you turn to blood and guts. So yeah, I can't say I'd have it as an annual thing. I would just have it when it's the right time. How do you score Blood and Guts? 5 stars, 41%. That's higher than I thought, to be honest. 4.5 to 475 says 31%. 425 says 16. 375 or below says 11. So overwhelming majority of you said 5 stars, which I must admit didn't appear to be reflected in the comments that I saw on screen. There was a lot of people saying 4.75, 4.5. I think most people seem to be around that kind of ballpark. So I am surprised at that so many people, 40%. And that is a good sample size as well. Anything over 250 is a really good sample size. So, listen, people loved it. It's gone down very, very well. And fair play. Seems like they nailed it. Alex, shout out to you, buddy. Alex, appreciate the support. We are going to wrap up, by the way. We might as well just stick around for 5 minutes, because in 5 minutes it will be the hour mark. So we'll stick around 5 minutes. Let's get a few thoughts in, and we'll stick around 5 minutes. This is something Tony Khan can't seem to get right. 3rd year of his tenure now, says Bakayuka. Gimmick matches need storylines to build, not just hotshot booking. Pencil, eraser, paper, book a match with a stipulation. Yeah. I feel like the build for this could have been I don't know. I feel like the build for this could have been a little stronger, but I feel like it's not the worst either. Like, we kind of got to Blood and Guts, and it's like, all right. I think, actually, the bigger problem probably was that Forbidden Door was in the way, to be honest. I think if Forbidden Door hadn't been in the way, I think the build for this would have been stronger. But we had to build Forbidden Door, so it kind of split the focus a bit, and we were having to try and build to this pay-per-view and try and build to Blood and Guts. So maybe there was a little bit in that kind of cost the build of this. But I think we went into it all right. I think it was all right. But, well, I mean, look, judging by that poll, seems like it hit the spot. 4 stars out of 5 to me should be historical. It was pay-per-view quality. Becky, you said great work. Gonna miss the Money in the Bank watch along. Bakayuka, shout out to you. Forbidden Door was the obstacle for Blood and Guts. DMG, no worries. Daniel said, one thing, everyone goes after AEW for having an over-bloated roster, and don't get me wrong, it is bloated, but in the current state with injuries, it's now a good thing to lean on. It's a fair point. I think... yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, and the other thing as well is that only Tony knows what he's got planned. I mean, Tony could always negotiate another hour for Rampage, or there could be, another YouTube show that they end up putting on, but one that's, I don't know, maybe got a little more purpose to it, rather than just, Elevation Dark, which tends to be, those kind of tryout matches. And I think you do get a few little stories that play out on there, and I think you get like a few things that are like specific to Elevation and Dark. But by and large, I've never watched, to be honest. I believe it to be largely just those kinds of matches. But yeah, I think that he's got an idea as to how many wrestlers he wants and how many he feels he needs. And I do think as well, he might have gone a little over that with just who's become available at different points. But as contracts are now starting to come up, I mean, we heard about, is it Alan Angels, number 5, being let go? And, there's a few people I saw disappointed at that, saying that they'd be, disappointed to see the Dark Order kind of, dissolve. But if Tony can't think really of what to do with them and thinks they've run their course, then, you might see that people's contracts don't get renewed, that he just doesn't feel that he needs to kind of have around anymore. So, it's business. Even AEW, where I think they do make an effort to try and do right by the wrestlers, is a business. And, when your contract's coming up, there's no guarantee that it's going to get renewed. So it's it probably has been a bit bloated, but you are right, it's paying dividends at the moment. Khan needs help with writing. If he refuses, I think he will end up with just 100,000 hardcore fans to fill 4 pay-per-views. His dad's going to ask where the money's gone. He hasn't got a plan. WCW War Games, most notorious matches. Khan should sell to WWE. Alan Angel's contract has run up, says Bakayuka. John Silver, Alex Reynolds, Alan Angel's booking has been horrendous. Sadly, that's the reality. Brent says, Khan is like the anti-Vince owner. Maybe a switch to decaf. He's always got a coffee with him. Santana's knee did give out, and he will be out of action for a while, says Bakayuka. Well, there we go. I mean, look, we ended up filling that 5 minutes. And we got to the end of the stream. So, yeah, appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. Blood and Guts. I thought they did well. I think this is one that I think I'll be really interested to see what people have got to say about it. I mean, 40-odd% give it 5 stars there. It doesn't change my opinion of it. I'm quite happy with where I'm sitting with it, but it's just going to be interesting to see if everyone else is as crazy about it as what the community was. And I certainly think it's going to have been received very well. I think they've done a good job with it, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Right, awesome. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.